Hello and welcome to my channel. Vice Rhino here, Cirrus over there, and Doramo10 knows exactly what kind of stream this is.
Do they? Why is it not showing my zoom on the thing that it's supposed to be showing zoom on? This is weird.
Is my camera turned off?
No, your camera's fine. It's my thing that's messed up. Weird. Client area. Ah, there we go. Aha! I fixed it. That's weird. I had to tell OBS not to capture client area, whatever that means.
Yay, it wasn't me with the technical difficulties today.
No, it was me all along, Steven. It was me.
But Doramo10 says 1 minute before we forget why we came and talk about bacon or something.
Wait, we can talk about bacon on this stream?
We can. And
do you like thick or thin bacon?
I like medium and crispy.
Medium and crispy. Okay, that's... You know what? I can respect that even if it's wrong. That's fine.
Well, I mean, thick doesn't get the nice, the crispy enough. Like, the crispy texture of thick is not to my liking. And thin is just not enough bacon.
Thin is just not enough bacon? Yeah, that's fair. I can't stand...
I mean, I guess you could eat more thin pieces to make up for that, but it just doesn't feel right.
I've found that with thin bacon, like, even though you're paying the same amount, so much of the fat renders off instead of, like, marbling when you're cooking it, that it feels like you're actively losing a ton of bacon when you're cooking it, whereas, like, with medium or thick cut, as you're cooking the bacon, it seems like you actually get to keep some of your bacon, even if it's the same amount of bacon in the package. I don't know if that's entirely, like, my psychology, or if that's actually what's happening.
I don't know. Okay, so tonight in stories that we're not covering, my favorite segment, bacon. One of my partner's kids' birthdays is this Friday, and they have asked for a bacon plushie. And when I went to Amazon and searched for bacon plushie, what came up was an adorable pig plushie. So I'm like, no. It would be hilarious, but no.
This is what your bacon looked like before you ate it.
I think that's legitimately why one of my kids is vegetarian, because I used to make the animal noises of whatever it was we were eating too frequently at the table. And eventually the connection was just too strong to deny. And it was like, yeah, no, I can't eat this anymore. And
much like Lucy.
Much like Lisa Simpson, it was the lamb that did it. So I made a lamb and I went, bah, bah. And I was like, nope, I can't eat meat anymore. Oh, okay. Well, at least it was an Easter dinner where there's lots of other stuff to eat that you told us that.
Here.
So yeah, there's an update on Trump's fraud bond, which didn't really splash through the news, but it's worth mentioning because last time we talked about it, I was saying how there's like the hearing for it was going to be on the 22nd. It is now the 24th. The bond has been allowed, but Trump needs to provide a monthly account statement to the court to certify that there's enough cash to cover the bond. And an agreement, like any agreement that Trump has with the bond company, it cannot be amended without the court's approval. And the bond company must designate an agent of process in New York, which my understanding is an agent of process is someone that if they need to serve court papers to the bond company, the agent of process is the person they would do that to, because they're based in California, and a New York court's not going to like hire someone to go to California just to drop off paperwork.
Yeah, that'd be kind of obnoxious.
Yeah. So it's like, if you really want to underwrite this bond in New York, you have to have someone in New York that's willing to take care of the paperwork shit for you.
Joy.
I'm not covering the story where where Twitter is going to be charging new users to tweet, which is fucking stupid. And it's just Elon being dumb. And it's going to make Twitter more of a dumpster fire. Could you imagine the new user experience if someone has not used Twitter before, they're completely unaware of what kind of a shitstorm it is over there, and they decide out of curiosity, yeah, I think I'll use this. And they sign up for it, and then they see before they can post anything, they have to pay for the privilege of posting things. So then they pay for the privilege of posting something. They make their first post, and immediately there's hardcore pornography that just gets tagged underneath it.
I mean,
because that's what Twitter is now.
Say, that sounds like the normal Twitter experience anyways.
Yeah, so just imagine going into that experience as a new user.
Pussy in bio. Pussy in bio, Rhino. Pussy in bio.
Oh, I don't know if you saw it, but there was someone that like does sexy pictures of herself, like a real person, not one of the Pussy in bio bots, does sexy pictures of herself, and she dressed up as a sexy Ronald McDonald and posted that. And so I retweeted that picture with fries in bio.
Oh my god.
Because, yeah, that was fun. We are not going to be covering the blood-soaked horses that were rampaging through London today.
What?
Yeah, no, that's the thing that happened today. There were blood-soaked horses rampaging through London.
Are the Brits okay?
Oh, yeah, also the clock on Clock Tower, where... I hate it when people call it Big Ben, because Big Ben is the name of the bell.
Yeah, but if you say Clock Tower, I think of Majora's Mask. So.
Yeah, no, it's called Clock Tower. But yeah, so Big Ben, the clock on Big Ben stopped at 9 a.m. as the horses were rampaging around London. So everybody was like making apocalypse jokes. There's like one of the horses was covered in blood. Unclear whether it was its own blood or a person's blood.
Blood and bio.
Yeah, no, it was there was like, these are horses that are supposed to be trained to be doing like the Queen's escort or what? No, it's a king now, I guess. Whatever. Fucking royal escorts through the city, so they have to get used to city noises. So this was like training the horses to get used to city noises, and then a bunch of concrete fell off of a construction site right in front of them and spooked them.
Oh.
So then they ran away. So that's basically the whole story, but yeah, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on that.
Fair enough.
Also, the hashtag on Twitter, Trump smells like ass, was trending.
Oh, what?
So,
I mean, I don't doubt that he does, but...
So just general Trump trial stuff. We're not going to cover it in great detail, but so his trial in New York. Apparently, this has not been reported on by reputable news sources, but like, it's one of those, like, someone that I know was in the court, and this is what they told me. And what they told them is that, like, when he falls asleep, which happens quite a bit, he farts and or shits his pants while asleep. Which, he's very old. Incontinence is a thing that happens. Some people have been hypothesizing things like, oh, well, incontinence is also a side effect of some anti-dementia drugs. Okay, maybe. Other people have been saying that incontinence is a side effect of abusing steroids for a long period of time. Okay, maybe. I ain't going to speculate about that. I just know that he shits his pants. Don't make fun of an old man for shitting their pants. Just make fun of Trump for shitting his pants, because he would do it to Biden if it happened to Biden. So, like...
Now I'm just
Part of me wants to be the bigger man and be like, I might be incontinent when I'm 80 years old, so do I really want to make fun of a guy for being incontinent? But like, I have no sympathy for Trump, so.
Hey Trump, do you fard? Do you shid?
Yeah. But also Trump's lawyers during jury discovery, which first off, all the fucking news outlets, like Fox News has been the worst offender because they've actually like attached like moral judgments to this. But every news outlet that's been doing this and like releasing details about the lives of the jurors, like, oh, this is who this person is. This is who that like we've already had one juror drop out because her friends started figuring out that she was on jury duty for Trump's trial. And like, we know what happens when Trump sends his minions after people. Yep. So like, no, stop releasing personal information of these jurors. That like, it shouldn't be legal. They should treat this like a mob trial and have the jury just like behind a screen.
I mean, Trump is basically a mob boss.
Yeah. But anyway, as part of the jury selection process, Trump's lawyers were like digging up anti-Trump tweets and social media posts that these people have posted in the last several years. And so Trump had to sit there in court as the judge read these tweets out verbatim about how much of a shithead he is.
You know Trump's the type of person to go, okay, but they're talking about
me. Yeah. Also, and I think so far the trial, the most progress we've had is David Pecker, which, of course,
unfortunate name.
Unfortunate? What's wrong with you? Most fortunate name.
Most fortunate name?
Yes. Oh, did you see there's a screenshot of a Chiron that like it was a scrolling line of text, and like someone got a screenshot right where the like it looked like the text just said like Trump disappointed with Pecker. And that's all it was, but like it was a whole thing. I don't know. That was funny.
Trump's disappointed with Pecker. Okay.
Yeah, so David Pecker is the former CEO of the company that owns the National Enquirer, and he testified that during his campaign in 2016, he was actively looking for salacious stories that involved Trump. He would then buy exclusive rights to those stories and then not publish them, and Trump would pay him whatever he paid those people to buy for exclusivity rights. These are not the charges that he's like this hasn't been charged criminally. I don't know if it could be charged criminally because that sounds like kind of the same thing that was happening with the Stormy Daniels stuff. But this does kind of set the stage for like, yeah, this is what he does. He has done this with so many other stories, so why would it be different here? And also Trump's lawyer was told by the judge that you have lost all credibility with the court when he tried to defend Trump's violation of the gag order. So, yeah, not going well.
Everything is not well in Trump land currently.
Okay. Progress only saying catch and kill is technically legal. Yeah, catch and kill is technically legal, but if you're using campaign funds for it, which is why it was a problem with Stormy Daniels, because like, if you're using your own personal money, that's one thing. But if you're using campaign funds, then that is actually considered election interference. That's the whole thing. Like, this is an election interference trial with Stormy Daniels because it's not just that he used campaign funds to pay her off. It's that he's using campaign funds to bribe someone to not say something that might affect the outcome of the election. So it's literally election interference. And I imagine if he'd just used his own personal money instead of campaign funds, it would have been okay, which seems like a weird ass loophole, but that's what it is. That's my understanding anyway. But yeah, so those are the stories we're not covering. Stories we are covering.
Why can't we be covering the one about Trump shitting himself?
We just did. No, we didn't. No, what we are covering. Have you seen the title of the stream, Cyrus?
I have not seen the title of the stream. I figured it would be a surprise.
Okay, well, I'm glad to surprise you with Marjorie Taylor Greene, because that's always fun. Space lasers!
Oh yeah, I covered this story a few days ago.
Oh my god. She's so stupid. Oh my god, she's such a fucking idiot. I don't know how is she in the government? Like, okay.
We have some very stupid people.
Yes, some.
Many.
Many. Okay, so Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Georgia, yeah, we all know that, introduced an amendment to the House bill that would provide more than $26 billion in aid to Israel to fund space laser technology to deploy on the U.S. southern border.
I like how the argument that she gives for this is that, well, Israel has it to defend the Jews. Like, well, no, that's not what the Iron Dome is, Marjorie. That's not what that is. Those are surface to air. Mm.
There's the Iron Beam, which is a weapon that has not been deployed yet, but has been demonstrated to potentially work, which is a laser-based defense system that, like, it'll shoot missiles down with lasers, and instead of costing $50,000 per missile fired to take down other missiles, it costs $2 to fire. So that seems like one of those things that would be a big upfront investment that would save you a lot of money in the long term. And yeah, US provided money to continue developing it. I don't know why it says news peg right in the middle of the thing here, but I like it when my news gets pegged, so.
Do you really, though?
I hope the news is enjoying itself.
Jeez.
Yeah, so in the wake of the Iranian drone attack on Saturday, House Speaker Mike Johnson released the text of two aid bills that would send a total of $95 billion to Ukraine and Israel. Greene, who's leading a charge to oust Johnson from his position as Speaker, because of course she is, immediately introduced three amendments to the bill on Wednesday. One would set aside funds for the development of space laser technology on the southwest border, while the other two amendments would provide funding to build an Iron Dome and complete construction of the border wall. What? What does she think is happening at the southern border that you need missile defense systems in place?
She needs to kill brown people. That's what it always is.
The Iron Dome shoots down missiles. It doesn't shoot down people.
No, she thinks Mexico is sending brown people, and we need lasers to stop the brown people. Laser.
Yeah, no, it really is quite concerning how she wants to use like this incredibly violent response to people fleeing their countries for their own safety.
Yep.
I honestly, it kind of shocks me. A lot of the migrants are from Venezuela. Republicans fucking hate Venezuela because it's socialist.
Quote, yes.
But when they apply for asylum in the United States, the statute that they apply for asylum under is explicitly the one that's reserved for people that are failing, or people that are fleeing a failed socialist state. You'd think Republicans would be eating that shit up, being like, look at how bad Venezuela is. We have to take in these people and take care of these people that they couldn't handle because they're a failed socialist state. You'd think that that would be the angle they would take here. But no, they're brown, so fuck them. It's so stupid.
They're doing kind of a combination of both, though, because anytime that you bring up Venezuela at all, you hear failed socialist state as part of their rhetoric too.
Yeah, but they tell you that they're sending us their prisoners. They don't tell you that it's just ordinary people fleeing a failed socialist state. Like, drives me nuts. Like they could get bipartisan shit done if they took that angle, and then we agreed that at least the Venezuelans let them into the country so that we can pretend like socialism is always bad in all its forms because it didn't work in Venezuela.
Instead, lasers for brown people.
Yeah.
Always lasers for brown people.
And rockets. Let's not forget the rockets, because that's what the Iron Dome is.
Lasers and rockets, but mostly for brown people.
But also, like, she wants to complete the construction of the border wall. So the Iron Dome thing is rockets that presumably are going to be fired at these immigrants, which is a massive breach of international law. But if they finish construction of the border wall, then does that mean they're going to be firing these rockets? Like, are they going to be waiting for them to cross into the States before they fire the rockets at them? Or are they going to be firing them while they're in Mexico and starting an international incident? Like, what is the plan here?
Do you think they have a plan? Because from what I can understand, the plan is sign the bill, get notoriety for signing the bill, and then forget they ever signed the fucking bill.
Or beg and plead for the bill, and then when the bill finally shows up, Donald Trump says, no, don't pass that because that'll fix things that I'm trying to campaign on, and then torpedo their own bill that you were begging for. That's an option too.
Like, if there's one thing I learned when I like actually went to the Capitol and talked to the fucking senators, it's half of these people don't know what's going on in their own job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very frustrating.
Only half?
I didn't get to talk to that many of them, so I'm being generous.
Okay. Yeah, so Green introduced even more amendments to the Ukraine bill, including calls to redirect funds to build the border wall, of course, or assist with the victims of the East Palestine train disaster. I feel like that could get its own bill. Like, I'm not against assisting with the victims of the East Palestine train disaster, but like, I feel like on a Ukraine, send them some of our old tanks that we don't need anymore bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the place for it.
Oh, so you mean having pig fats and riders is a bad idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
that's
seems
so
to be
weird.
the only thing that Marjorie is capable of writing. Other amendments prohibit funding Ukraine until President Zelensky resigns, until Ukraine bans abortion, or until Ukraine shuts down biolaboratories, referring to a conspiracy theory pushed that okay, no, this isn't me failing to read. This is that sentence being written poorly. Referring to a conspiracy theory that originates in Russia. So she's literally falling for Russian propaganda about biolaboratories in Ukraine that, like, it was Russian propaganda to try and justify their invasion. It was like, oh, the US is funding bioweapons laboratories, which they didn't provide any evidence when they said that, and there has been no evidence presented since then. Okay, Plow King, no, I'm gonna need you to not give her that much credit. She's an expert at riding dick. No, I wouldn't give her credit for that.
Oh, but can we at least appreciate the name Plow King while talking about dick riding?
Okay, that's fair. Yeah,
like, you know, that's
it's funny.
Fine.
Like, I make so many double entendres that I've become somewhat desensitized to them, to a point where I often don't notice the most obvious ones.
And this was an instance of a most obvious one.
Yes, absolutely.
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Obvious Plow King.
Speaking of double entendres, I got some Plow Kinging to do. Yeah, so she also included an amendment that would require all members of we have to read this when Cyrus gets back, but like another amendment included it would require all members of Congress who vote in favor of the bill to conscript in the Ukrainian military, and another that would direct Joe Biden to withdraw from NATO. So she's fucking dumb is the moral of the story here. Okay, so no subtle dirty jokes, gotcha. No. The subtle ones are the ones that I actually get. The obvious ones are the ones I miss. Yeah, so I continued reading after you were gone and immediately regretted it, because like if you haven't come across this yourself, you need to hear it.
Okay.
Some of the other things she tried to tack onto the bill included an amendment that would require all members of Congress who vote in favor of the bill to conscript in the Ukrainian military.
I saw that as well.
And another that would direct Joe Biden to withdraw from NATO.
Like,
is that even something that the president can unilaterally do?
No, not as far as I know. This is posturing.
Jas has got a thing for lemon cake. I remember there being a lemon cake thing last week. Which, fair point, lemon cake is awesome, but
you know, this entire ordeal is just watching Marjorie Taylor Greene try to posture as if she's hot shit. Like, look at what I'm going to sign in. I am going to hold the president accountable, and I am going to make them eat their words with these things that are completely undoable and only work in a Twitter argument.
Jassa says, Fennec made lemon cake. I have a P.O. box.
Send lemon cake.
Just saying.
Just send lemon cake to Rhino's P.O. box.
No, it would be stale by the time I got, like, are you kidding? I check that thing like once every 3 or 4 months. So by the time I got to it, it would just be smelly.
Send lemon cake To
Let me know if you
Rhino.
send lemon cake so I actually check the box.
Send it randomly and make him discover it organically, the fun way.
Ah, of course. Yeah, no, the people at the post office would hate me. They'd be like, "What is that smell?"
It's lemon cake. Do you want some?
It was lemon cake. Now it's lemon juice.
Ferment it for her pleasure.
Does she like it when it's fermented? Lemon cake in bio.
Lemon cake in bio.
Ooh, send a disc of brie because that gets better with age. At room temperature. Okay. Key background. So this got to go into the background of this because this is not, as you are all aware, this is not Marjorie Taylor Greene's first encounter with space lasers. So Media Matters ages ago found a now deleted Facebook post where she put forward a conspiracy theory that the devastating campfire that broke out in Butte County, California, was caused by a laser fired from space. This is where the Jewish space lasers things come from, because she said that it was a radical new energy source that was the result of an investment from the Rothschilds family, which, you know, anytime the Rothschilds are invoked in a conspiracy theory, it's immediately, oh, the Jews are behind it.
Yeah, because the idea is that Rothschilds are the owners of all of the Jewish money. Like, the Jewish money gets pulled in the Rothschild funds, and then it gets distributed amongst the bankers, and this is the reason why the federal government is actually held at gunpoint by the banks, because we don't actually have real currency. We have fiat currency owned by the Jews and lent to us. By the way, if you ever want to know all of where that conspiracy comes from, go watch Zeitgeist 2. Actually.
Oh, God, actually?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. So the weird part is that there's a Zeitgeist 2. That's always the weird part to people.
I was not aware of Zeitgeist 2, but the fact that you're recommending it is actually the weird part here.
I'm recommending it to people who are already inoculated against bullshit propaganda and are wanting to figure out where a lot of these bullshit conspiracies come from, like literally from the horse's mouth, so that you know what it looks like, what it smells like.
Oh.
I am an advocate when there is something absolutely horrible. Expose yourself to it, learn it, and figure out how to fight against it.
So the first Zeitgeist movie, when it was first recommended to me, this was back in my Christian days.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually being a Christian that saved me from falling for it, believe it or not.
Hey,
because I watched the first 2/3 of it and was like, I don't know about this. It sounds kind of conspiracy nutter, loony sort of thing, but it also kind of makes sense. So like maybe. And then it got to the Jesus is just a copy of all these other gods, and I was like, okay, well the other stuff sounded legit, and I'm a Christian, so I believe Jesus is not a copy of these other gods. So I'm actually going to look into this one. And it's like, oh, like 90% of the gods that it said Jesus is a copy of didn't even become like worshipped deities until after, like well after Christianity was already established. So like the timeline there just doesn't work out. So maybe I'm not going to just believe the stuff that's in the first 2/3 of the movie that seemed cromulent to me at the time.
So I wish I had that experience. My experience, and I actually talked about this guy to my chat earlier today, because the guy who had me sit down and watch Zeitgeist, he did it because he was an atheist, and he was in every way, shape, and form the militant atheist type of person that we try to say doesn't exist. But this particular basement dwelling moron actually did exist. And he tried to introduce me to Zeitgeist as a way to shake my faith. And you know that feeling when you're a Christian and you feel like your faith is being challenged, and it makes your heart like race, and you feel like you're a warrior for God for a little while? Yeah, no, that's how I felt watching that fucking film. But I had a different experience. As I was watching it, I compartmentalized the Alex Jones loose change bullshit from the first 2/3. I don't know if did the version you watch have the bits from loose change in it?
I don't remember. I'm talking like 2007.
Yeah, it was
Era,
2008 or 9 when I watched it.
Yeah, it was long time ago. I don't fucking remember.
So for those who don't know, there is a cut of... So loose change is where the 9/11 is an inside job theory mostly came from. There is a cut of Zeitgeist where all of the stuff from loose change is threaded into it. So you get like Alex Jones guesting on the loose change, like with the loose change guys, also juxtaposed with him doing the like infiltration of the owl ceremony stuff in Zeitgeist. Like all of that together in one film. And the way my brain worked is it compartmentalized all of that into one section of this stuff's probably true, and then it compartmentalized all the religious stuff into this stuff's propaganda. The idea that, hey, you're trying to sell me a lot of bullshit, so maybe the other stuff you're selling me is bullshit, didn't quite register. So I got hooked into this like line of thinking, and it's when I
have to interrupt.
Yeah.
Neuromdifus says there's a funny video somewhere on YouTube where a blacksmith is like, I'm tired of this bullshit, and then demonstrates that metal
where
getting
he
much weaker
bends
when hot.
the rebar.
Yeah, he's like, watch this, and he just shoves it in the fire, like, look, it's not melted, but it's bendy, or whatever. Like, I've used that clip on my channel at some point. I forget what I used it in reference to, but I know that I've used that clip.
Yeah, no, that is a very good clip at demonstrating that, like, hey, at a certain weight, it doesn't matter if the steel beams are being melted. All that matters is that they are no longer structurally sound and therefore can no longer hold up weight. But after that friend introduced that to me, I went and found Zeitgeist 2. This is back when you would find movies by looking on Google Video, and you could actually like find whole movies just there and not taken down yet. It was a weird time in the internet, to be sure. YouTube was only like 3 years old at the time. But when I found Zeitgeist 2, oh god.
Oh.
There's 2 of me now.
I thought that was going to be I saw that Senshini, it was I guess it's clips.twitch.tv, but I'm like, oh, Senshini clipped the weird part, so I'm like, oh, maybe that's the weird part of that metalworking thing. So I was expecting like the metalworking video to come up.
Yeah,
but no, they're just hard at work clipping us being weird.
Fair enough. So I found
Don't apologize, Senshini. It's fine. I clicked a link while I was live. I knew the risks.
You did your best. But no, I found Zeitgeist 2 because I got super hooked into the idea of those conspiracies. I also really liked The Conduit as a video game to begin with, and that was based on Washington conspiracies anyway, so like all the neurons in my brain were firing. And I remember telling this friend of mine, hey, did you know there's a Zeitgeist 2? I'm watching it right now. And he's like, yeah, but that one's boring. That should have been my first clue that, like, this is all actually bullshit. This is just a way for people to feel like their mundane lives are more important than they are. But no, that was me going, no, you don't understand. The international banking conspiracy is very fascinating.
Yeah, the Fed is a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. What's the thing that Alex Jones used to say all the time back then? The Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express.
Is that supposed to be a point
about
something?
So it was to say that the banks don't actually have any like legitimacy, because you got to remember these people are hard-dicked on gold. They think that the gold standard should have been maintained forever. Yeah,
you know what? Okay, so I did go through a libertarian phase. I never understood the gold standard thing. It's like the whole basis of the, like, we should have our thing tied to gold because it has real value, is that, like, gold has intrinsic real value, whereas money is just fiat money that has value because society has agreed that it has value.
There's no such thing as intrinsic real value.
Yeah, I'm like, why is it different for gold? It's just a shiny rock. Like, I mean, it's useful in electronics, but, like, ultimately the reason gold has value is because we decided it has value as a society. Same reason as we decided the dollar bill has value. Mm-hmm. So, like, I just didn't see the difference there. Like, it's just a different. My partner's over here saying it has magical powers. No, so there are certain aspects of gold that make it valuable in the sense that, like,
It has
So,
some
like,
value because it is more scarce.
yeah,
Like it has
it's
intrinsic
scarce.
scarcity.
It's scarce. It's malleable, so it's easy to work with. It's pretty, so that does factor into it. It's like it's got all the properties that make good money. Like it's divisible. You can chop it into like little bitty chunks or whatever. It's easy to work with for metal workers. So like, yeah, gold does have properties that make it useful as currency, but that doesn't make it intrinsically valuable. That just means that these properties that we as a society have decided make a useful currency are something that gold has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, so the person who used to work on my computers all the time, hardcore
Alex
libertarian.
says, I never went through a libertarian phase. Thankfully, I would die if I was ever that cringe. Yeah, it's embarrassing to admit that.
I think it speaks more to personal growth, but that's just me. But so I remember a conversation I had with the hardcore libertarian sovsit dude who used to work on my computer. And I asked him, like, hey, do you need me to pay you for something? Because over the course of his time working on my computer, I never actually paid him for anything. It was always like, hey, I'm getting rid of my car, and your daughters are, 16 now. They need a car to drive. I'll trade you my car for work on this thing. Or, hey, I have this old laptop. As long as I have the hard drives, you can have the other parts for use in other projects that you have. There's always a trade system involved. So I remember one time going, hey, can I, pay you for this project? I've got some money on me. He goes, you got money on you? Like real money? Well, I haven't seen real money in a long time. Let me see it. And then I, showed him like the $20 bill that I had in my pocket. And he's like, that's not real money. And then he goes into the tirade about what real money is. And I'm just like,
okay, but I can go to the store and buy goods and services with this money. So it's, whether it's fake or real, it behaves as though it's real.
Yeah, it's real enough for purpose. And that's all it really ever needs to be.
Yep, money is fake. We made it up.
If you ever
dominates our lives.
You know what else is fake and we made up that dominates our lives in the exact same way and is just as socially constructed? Gender. Yep. Gender. It's the same shit. It's all the same shit. We make this shit up and then we make it really important.
Yeah, I had a comment of the day on one of my main videos. I don't know if it was last week or this week or like, I don't know. They all blend together eventually, but they were talking about how like, oh, well, no matter how many times I explain to atheists, they just don't seem to understand that in their worldview, evil is just a construct. They're like, okay, being a construct doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Like so many things that impact our day-to-day lives are just constructs.
Yep.
Money, laws, gender, it was one of the examples I used, but like anything, like so many things are just socially constructed and they have such an impact on our lives.
And yet they have major implications in our lives.
And they are directly measurable. Money is a social construct, but I can tell you if I have a $20 bill, this is 20. This is 20 of the monies. So like it might be a social construct, but it's still objectively measurable. So like so that's where the whole like moral argument just kind of falls apart. Where it's like, yeah, it might not be objective in the sense that like if all thinking minds disappeared from the universe, it would still exist. So like, yeah, it's subjective because it requires subjects in order to be applicable. But like that doesn't mean it's not objectively measurable.
Yep. And especially when like when you get into the subjective versus objective conversation on anything, people try to make it out like it's way more important or impactful than it is. Like, no, subject based on subjects, objects based on one unchanging thing. This money has an objective value because I can spend it anywhere I go, and the fact that money is valued is always objective. Now, the value may be subjective due to inflation and stuff like that, but the fact that money is valuable is in and of itself an objective fact for now, because we have all agreed on it, and that agreement's not changing anytime soon.
Yep. Yeah, because that's just the way it works. I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't had any super chats because I actually set up a surprise for like super chats or Twitch bits.
As Todd Howard would say, it just works.
So
Okay, you need to play more video games to get that joke. Damn it.
No, I don't get it.
Tell me.
I don't know who Todd Howard is.
Todd Howard's the CEO of Bethesda Studios, the people who make Fallout and Skyrim.
Okay.
So, but Bethesda games are known for being huge, which also means they're known for being buggy pieces of shit. Like, they're unilaterally loved, but also...
redeeming a hydrate. I said, like, super chats and bits and shit.
But also
Fuck
they
your
are
hydrate.
gigantic and therefore buggy messes. So when they were talking, I think it was Starfield, and Todd Howard was like, it's our biggest game yet, and don't worry, guys, it just works.
Oh, did you hear that?
I'm going to shoot myself with a fucking .40 caliber.
That's my notification sound now. There's 2 variants.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I actually... Oh, dun. Just a second.
Vice Rhino bravely Googling, showing us his search history.
I'm not Googling shit. What I'm doing is making sure that I catch your stream so that I get your error points. Variants, you say? Yeah, because Cirrus has said ooh no less than twice on my streams. And I have those recordings now. So yeah, you might need to spend a lot of points on Cirrus's channel to get him to say ooh, but you just need to send me like $1. Less on Twitch, because I think like a bit is like 100 bits is a penny or something.
No, 100 bits is $1.
100 bits is $1? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. 100 bits isn't really $1, Twitch CEOs. I'm not supposed to talk about it as if it's currency, but shut the fuck up. It's...
Oh, apparently it's my 8-month sub anniversary on your channel.
Yay?
Yeah, I don't know.
Vice Rhino has just subscribed for 8 months in a row. Thrilling.
I don't know what the correct capitalization of ooh is, so I just did both in your chat.
You know what? Get it wrong more often and people will just adopt the one you're using.
That's fair. Okay. We should probably get on to the second news. Oh, I don't want to get on to the second news item. It's depressing.
Oh?
I'm actually... Okay. I actually don't want to read this news item.
Do you need me to read
the headline is emergency room refuses to treat pregnant women, leaving one to miscarry in a lobby restroom. So I'm getting bits coming in that are just bits with no money attached. But yeah, you can make Sarah say ooh by just sending me bits and super chats and whatnot. Yeah, so emergency rooms refuse to treat pregnant women, leaving one to miscarry in a lobby restroom. I'm not reading the article because the article is just fucking depressing. This was sent to me by Fennec. Thanks, Fennec. Yeah, Fennec already knows what they did. They say sorry.
Sorry in advance. I know what I did.
So this is one of the things that like we've been talking about since before the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. We talked about how like if Roe versus Wade got overturned, people were going to die. It's going to be a nasty shit show or whatever. There was a federal law that's in place that it basically mandates that any emergency room that accepts funds from Medicare or Medicaid has to, anyone that goes in there, doesn't matter what the condition is, doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what their insurance status is, they have to at least stabilize them. It's federal law. And when the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, the White House issued a clarification on that law saying that, yes, this includes providing abortions even if abortions are illegal in that state. And complaints from pregnant people under this law drastically increased as soon as Roe versus Wade was overturned. It's like before it would happen occasionally. It was like in the last year, there was like maybe 12 cases. And then there were like several dozen cases since Roe versus Wade was overturned of like pregnant people going to the emergency room saying, hey, there's something going on with my pregnancy. I don't know what it is. I need medical care to fix it. And then because the emergency rooms are like, oh, well, abortions are illegal here and you look like you're pretty late term, and there's a chance that whatever is wrong with your pregnancy, the treatment might be an abortion, so we're just gonna not even check you in. And so this has resulted in like the one from the headline where a woman miscarried in the restroom. And then they called 911 from the restroom in an emergency room, and then had to explain to the 911 operators that, like, hey, yeah, I know I'm in a medical facility, but I need emergency services because they're refusing to check me in because I'm pregnant.
Yep.
There was a baby that was delivered. They were turned away from the hospital they went to. They said, go to this other hospital. And on their way to the other hospital, the woman gave birth in her car, and the baby fucking died. The baby that they wanted to keep fucking died because they wouldn't take them in the emergency room because these fuckers are more concerned about a fucking cluster of cells that has no brain than they are about actual fucking human beings. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit mad.
No, it makes sense. So you gotta remember, you're
no. Actually, no. I take it back. I'm not sorry.
No,
that
don't
I'm a
be.
little bit mad.
Don't be sorry. You're mad.
Pissed.
Never be sorry you're mad about something like this. You're a parent. It's literally impossible for you to look at this and not see yourself in the shoes of the person who lost a child.
Yeah, I get, like,
because you're a functional human being.
Is that to be like driving to a hospital? Like, you go to the hospital for medical care, and they say, "Sorry, we can't take you here because you're pregnant. The care might be an abortion." So, because we don't want to go to prison because these fucking idiots have dictated prison terms for performing abortions, we're going to send you to a different hospital and hope that they take you in. And then on your way there, you give birth to the baby that you wanted, and then that baby fucking dies because those people were fucking jackass. Ugh.
No, I 100.
Yeah, no, this is why I'm not reading the article.
Because it would be worse.
I would need to go to the emergency room.
Well, it's a good thing you're not
because I live in Ontario, where Doug Ford is trying to privatize our healthcare because he's a fucking idiot. Our emergency room in my town is no longer an emergency room. They turned it to an urgent care center, which provides fewer services than emergency rooms, and they now also close at 8 o'clock, which it used to be 24 hours. So fuck you, Doug Ford. We'll just get you in here. But yeah.
Yeah, no. So your anger is justified in every way, shape, and form. You are a parent. It's impossible to look at the situation and not feel everything that the potential mother would have been feeling. Like, you can't distance yourself far enough away from the situation to not be affected by it. It's your empathy. And that's a fine thing to feel. This is exactly what we said was going to happen, though. And I'm not saying that as like a, hey, guys, no, we told you so. I don't
want the I told you so on this one.
Yeah, we don't need it.
I so much don't want the I told you so. My pagan garden says, as a medical professional, every person involved in overturning Roe Wade needs to be prosecuted for murder. I mean, they say the same about the people who perform abortions, because that's killing babies, even though they fucking don't have brains at that point.
Which means it's okay to say they should be prosecuted for murder because they are wanting the exact same thing themselves. It's tit for tat. The other thing it is, you know what? No, I'm not going to say that. I don't want to risk your channel. I don't want to risk mine. So I'll just say that there is a thought in my head that I can't say.
Something about how easy it is to find the certain addresses of certain public officials?
I can't say.
And certain forms of activism that are generally frowned upon?
Again, I cannot say.
Yeah, I have no comment on that.
I don't have... Yep, I didn't think you would.
And I'm fucking angry enough that if I were to have a comment on that, it would be the kind that would get both our channels shut down permanently.
Like, if you are directly involved in pushing a law that has a demonstrable negative effect on human life, how and in what way should you be held accountable? That's all I'll say. How and in what way do you think you should be accountable to the public?
Sirs, you're missing an important aspect of this here.
Yeah.
What would the founding fathers have thought of this issue?
Smoothbore musket to face.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what they did to the British. That's what the founding fathers did to the British. Like, do you want the founding fathers
originalism
response?
for the win?
Like,
Phoenix says, me and my partner want children. We want to be parents, but I am terrified because what if something goes wrong? Yeah. Like, this is the thing. They want people to have kids, supposedly. But, like, people aren't going to want to have kids if they know that being pregnant carries with it the risk that you're potentially going to, like, end up with a dead baby in your car en route to the hospital because the last hospital turned you away because you're pregnant. And, like, you go to places like Idaho where they're shutting down maternity wards left, right, and center because all the obstetricians and gynecologists are leaving the state because they can't do their thing there. Like, the Bible Belt's turning into, well, the Bible Belt plus a few of the Midwestern states are turning into, what's it called? That place from the Handmaid's Tale. What they renamed the United States as. Gideon. Was it Gideon?
I don't remember. Gilead.
Gilead, that's the one. Yes, Gilead.
Robert Adset says that's why birth control is next. Yeah, there have been some rumblings.
There have been, like, yeah, no, it's there are some Republicans that would be like, oh no, of course we wouldn't come for the birth control. That's just too far. But never there have been other Republicans that have been saying, no, of course we're fucking coming for the birth control. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I just...
Oh, shit.
These people... Oh, look, we're...
No. They can't hear you right now.
Oh. Well, they can hear us on my end.
No, they're all just going to be confused.
We're all in a black void.
Advanced audio properties. Where are we? Under and output. Sorry, there's a lot of oohs. No. There we go. Nope. No, I want to be here. That's where I want to be. Sorry. Yeah. Hi, guys. Sorry, that wasn't my bad. And it was black for longer than it had to be. I meant to go into studio mode before doing that, but I didn't. Yeah, no. There was a bunch of super chats that came through that we weren't hearing the ooh that was supposed to come with that. You guys might have been hearing it, but Cirrus wasn't, and it's really only funny if Cirrus can hear it. Dark Falcon says, even as a single asexual, I share your sentiments. Yeah, no, this is not something that is constrained to just parents. Like, yeah, I can empathize. Human life. I can empathize more with like people who've lost a kid. Like, okay, having ADHD, I do have intrusive thoughts. And one of the intrusive thoughts that commonly occurs, like, while I'm trying to go to fucking bed at night, will be like playing out these very detailed scenarios of ways that my kids could die. And it's so fucking depressing. I can, like, there have been times when I've been like crying myself to sleep because of something that has very little chance of ever fucking happening. And that's just something that I live with, because that's one of the consequences of ADHD is you have intrusive thoughts more often. So, like, yeah, I can empathize with that from the sense that, like, I have vividly imagined what that would be like over and over and over again. And I can actually tell you that the same thing happened, like, when my wife is alive. Same thing happened where, like, I was imagining scenarios where she would die and I would have to tell the kids. And then that fucking happened. And I can tell you that my imaginations of how hard it would be to have that conversation with my kids, spot on. Like, that, like, having that conversation with my kids was almost more painful than the loss in the first place. So, like, I'm not saying that I know exactly what it feels like to lose a kid. I am saying that I can empathize with that to a degree. Like, obviously it's not the same thing having these vivid imaginings that I can't control. But I know from experience that it's not far off. So, like, yes, I do have that empathy, but, like, I think anyone that just has a lick of sense can look at situations like this and just feel complete sorrow for the people that are, like, losing their babies or losing their spouses, losing their parents, because these people call themselves pro-life because they want to protect a fucking blastocyst. at the expense of people who actually have brains and have experiences and have family and relationships and people who love them.
You know what the worst part about all this is, though? The worst part is that
we might consider maybe having gun regulation at some point.
No. What I was...
Oh, that's not the worst part?
No, the worst part is that I have to first do a quick intervention because I lost the ability to type in my chat because OBS is stupid when it comes to restream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vi, real quick, I will say this. I cannot advocate for violent protest. I can't. Because the thing is, the people who are most often involved in protests and counter-protests are not the people in power that are actually doing anything one way or the other. So a lot of times when you do engage in violent protests, there ends up being collateral damage that doesn't affect the people who actually caused the harm in the first place. I can understand why violent protest happens, because after all, what is a violent protest but a shout that you're not being heard? And then you have to ask yourself the question of, well, then what message isn't being heard? But at the same time, in terms of effectiveness, it's very hard to judge whether it is effective at doing anything but putting the media's eyes on you. Vi says, I mean violent protest against government buildings, not private businesses. Again, collateral damage. It is very hard to find government buildings that are not also near private businesses. But that said, that quick thing that I had to get out of the way, the bad part, the awful part about this is that we can't actually be inside the mind of people who advocate for these kinds of policies to get pushed through that end up serving to detriment human life. The reason why I say that's bad, from my point of view, of a content creator who wants to change people's minds for the better, who wants to change people out of extremist problematic behavior and into functioning with their fellow man, it's impossible to tell which politicians are doing this because they sincerely believe this is the right thing to do, and how many of them are doing it because somebody with money is in their ear. And without knowing which one it is, it's very hard to figure out the proper angle of attack. How do you convince a politician when you are one voter in a lobby standing for 8 hours near a rope line, when the other person in their ear is saying, hey, I can give you a yacht, or hey, I can pay for your wife's medical expenses, or because that's a fucking leveraging point in America. How do you advocate?
Are you saying socialized medicine would actually make it harder to bribe politicians?
Yes, I am. Wow, weird. But it's very, very hard to figure out the angle of change when you can't figure out where the actual pressures are to the people who are pushing through these policies. I wish that I had a clean and easy solution to shit like this, other than, vote in better politicians. But even then, there's no guarantee that you're not just going to get another stooge that's being controlled by somebody else. But the worst part about that, like I said, is that without access to what's in the brains of those politicians, there's no way to tell which ones of them are stooges that you're just revolving dooring, and which one of them's actually 100% believe the things they're advocating for and desperately need to be rotated out ASAP. There's no way to know, and there's no way to tell. Obviously, there's the easy, standby of, hey, politicians lie, expect them to lie. Just like, when I asked fucking Bill Krauser about a bill, and I had it in my hand, and he's like, I don't think we're voting on that one. Yes, the fuck you are. You're doing it in 3 days. So, yes, politicians lie, but I wish that we had the ability to go into their minds and see what pressures are actually causing them to act the way they do, to advocate the way they do. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I wish I could figure out exactly why she thinks the inane, dumb, space lasery shit that she does. Not because I think it would be funny, haha, but because I want to sincerely understand, how does a human being fall that far?
Yeah. It's wild. So, Dark Falcon, ya basic. Welcome to basic membership. Naramdaput said, personally, I think human personhood is a spectrum and 0-day-old babies are still pretty far short of it. So when I was revising my position on abortion, because like coming out of religion, very conservative religion, I was anti-abortion. And coming out of that, like my opinion changed on it very slowly and gradually, and I did lots of research into it. And one of the things that I found was that like the parts of the brain that are capable of like having experiences and like where we would consider personhood to sit, like the ability to like think about things and experience things, like more than just like stimulus reaction, like actually like considering consequences and long-term thinking and like having the experience in the first place. Those things don't even start developing until the third trimester. And an argument could be made that they're not developed enough to actually consider personhood to be a thing until like the baby is about 1 year old. Now, this is not me saying that like abortion should be viable even after birth up until 1 year of age. Like I consider that to be ridiculous. Like as soon as the baby is born, no, that is a separate person that has rights even without experiences. But that made me feel a whole hell of a lot better about late-term abortion. Like the fact that the baby is kind of not a person for the first year out of the uterus doesn't make me want to say like, okay, fine, then kill the baby up to 1 year old if you change your mind and don't want a kid anymore. But like that makes the third trimester abortion a lot less controversial in my mind. Because like that was kind of the position I was landing on, is that until those parts of the brain start developing, abortion's fine, whatever, doesn't matter. And then after those parts of the brain start developing, then maybe it should only be in the case of like if the mother's health is in danger. But like once I learned that, it's like, oh, okay, no, it's actually fine, like right up until they're ready to give birth. And then like after birth, that's a completely separate topic, because now you've got a completely viable separate human entity, whereas before that it's a baby that like it's reliant on the mother for every like there is the viability argument where like, okay, like yeah, maybe you should consider other options than abortion that late because there is the viability argument, but ultimately it should just be a decision between the pregnant person and their healthcare provider. The government should not have any fucking say in it whatsoever. But yeah, okay, that's enough about that. My blood pressure can't take anymore. Let's move on to some Satanists, because they're always fun.
Sure.
So, Satanic group says Ottawa County Board prayer as protesters chant and sing nearby. So this is another one of those Satanic temple things where a government body is like, hey, we're going to start our meetings with a prayer. And because the law says we can't endorse any particular religion, we have to open it up to any religion. And notably, Ottawa County was taken over by like extreme right wing, and they were denying they denied a Christian pastor who was too LGBTQ friendly. And then that pastor sued them, and that caused them to change the policy where it's like, okay, well, now we're just going to accept everybody on a first come, first serve basis as long as they follow certain guidelines. And the Satanic Temple got in because you can't discriminate against religion. And yeah, Christians weren't happy about that.
Of course they won't.
So a member of the Satanic Temple gave the board's opening prayer with protesters chanting and singing nearby. This was Louis Cypher. The content of Cypher's speech seemed less significant than the massive crowd that gathered in protest of him and the Satanic Temple of West Michigan. People were chanting and singing hymns such as Amazing Grace. They put signs on the wall that said God always, Satan never, and Satan has no rights, which, like, I would agree that Satan has no rights because Satan is a being that does not exist. However, people who worship Satan or
they do have rights.
Are Satanists in the sense that maybe they don't worship Satan, but they follow the Satanic Temple's prescriptions. Those people do have rights because they are human beings. Trappy Jenkins sent a bunch of crabs. Which, that's the thing from my Discord server that I should probably spend more time in. I just logged into Discord for the first time in months to send you the link to Zoom because you didn't join the call until like 1 minute before we went live.
Because I woke up about 8:05 p.m. I think when because I laid down because of the headache.
Shut up. You're on a marathon. You need some downtime. It's fine.
Yeah, and then I was in the bathroom. I could have hopped on the Zoom while I was in the bathroom. If you would have preferred.
It since we're at a distance, it wouldn't have smelled as bad as Trump.
I was about to say, we did start this talking about Trump shitting and farting.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get the name because the last name is Cipher and first name Lewis, so it's Lucifer.
Oh.
Lucifer. I didn't get that.
Oh.
Good catch, less than lucid. I like it.
Perfect.
So yeah, one man began to yell, "Hail Satan," and then others yelled, "We love Jesus" in response. And this is my favorite part. The verbal sparring stayed just that. No physical altercations. That's the way it should be. The Satanists have the right to give the invocation under the rules that they have laid out, and the Christians have the right to protest that invocation under the First Amendment. Bravo! Everybody did what they were supposed to do here. I am happy with everybody in this scenario. It's great. I mean, it'd be nice if they just didn't have an invocation to open their thing to begin with. Like, do you really need an invocation to a magical entity that nobody can even agree which one exists to start your legislative session? No. But aside from that, everybody here behaved admirably. So the head of the Satanic Temple of West Michigan, who is named Bender Bones.
Oh.
No, he's not named Bender Bones. I like Lewis Cipher. I like Lewis Cipher better. He's the co-head of the Satanic Temple West Michigan, said he thought the invocation went well despite the large protest. Said it's sort of a message that I'm doing the right thing if the people that I ideologically disagree with are protesting, he said. Which, yeah, fair point. Like, I want to live my life in such a way that, I guess the Westboro Baptist Church has kind of decreased in relevance over the years, but like their equivalents, I want to live my life in such a way that their equivalents would want to protest my funeral.
What's sad is that, like, so if you bring up Westboro Baptist Church, everybody knows who they are, but they also know that they're a joke. But then if you bring up the NIFB, nobody, outside of our circles, knows who they are, and they have more influence across literally the globe.
Yeah, JASA immediately, before you said NIFB, JASA pointed out NIFB is still around, sadly.
Yep. Ouch! I had to talk about them today. The Tucker Carlson clip that went viral where he was on Joe Rogan.
With him being an anti-evolutionist?
Yeah.
Or evolution denying, like, oh.
So
I always knew Tucker was an idiot, but now that just confirmed it.
Yeah. So I talked about the Tucker clip, and the person who was spreading around the Tucker clip that went viral was a dude who went by the name of, like, Bible Radio.
Yeah.
And the very, like, 2 posts down within the same thread from Bible Radio is the dude celebrating Steven Anderson.
Ugh.
I'm just like, I didn't even see that until I started doing the video, and then I saw that and I just went, and isn't it funny how the people who do this shit, talk about this shit, also tend to be the people who celebrate people like Steven Anderson. Isn't it great that these people go, evolution's not true, but the Jews should be genocided?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever had the privilege of listening to a Steven Anderson sermon about the Jewish people.
I've heard enough of his shit that I can imagine it.
He has unironically said that Sharia law would be perfectly fine by him, because even though he doesn't want Muslims in charge, he's okay as long as they kill all the gay people and all the Jews for him.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm just like, buddy, maybe shut the fuck up, please.
There's a reason you're banned from 32 countries or whatever it is.
He's banned from 34 countries, and if you don't believe me, look up Steven Anderson Rule 34.
Oh, is there actually porn of Steven Anderson? That would make my heart happy.
There better be.
If there's not, there will be now, because your audience is a bunch of degens.
Yeah, it's true.
Get the fuck on that.
Yeah.
Me and Cirrus fucking Steven Anderson right in the ass.
Remember, if you're an artist, you have the power.
At the same time. Both dicks in the same asshole, and it's Steven Anderson.
Our balls have to be pumpkins, though.
We won't be able to show it on stream because of reasons, but like I will retweet it on Twitter. Just like you got it. Oh yeah, Jassa Proxy saying go to TommyMcMurtry.com. Lots of pumpkins there. Tommy McMurtry is another NIFB pastor, and yes, go to TommyMcMurtry.com because he definitely is not sexually attracted to pumpkins.
I miss the pumpkin saga because it felt like the last time everybody was truly united under one banner.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, Satanic Temple of West Michigan was able to make the invocation speakers list because of a January 2024 change in board policy that allowed pastors to speak on a first-come, first-served basis as long as they followed a set procedure. Commissioners changed the policy after Grand Haven, a pastor who supports LGBTQ rights, complained that he was not chosen as an invocation speaker after asking twice. He filed a lawsuit that is ongoing. And he's continuing the lawsuit even though they changed the policy because the policy was changed in direct response to his lawsuit. So he's like, clearly they recognize that that was illegal, so them changing the policy kind of supports my case here.
Jesus.
Oh God, Fusel. What? About the butt banging thing, a work colleague of my mom had got a tattoo of a guy banging an SS officer with the header of "fuck that Nazi pig." I'm not sure I would want that permanently on my body.
I don't think I would either, because that assumes you want Nazis to breed.
Well, no, it's a guy banging another guy, so that's not breeding.
Are you sure?
Probably.
He could have had a womb.
I mean, we'll get into this with the tweets. How many trans Nazi SS officers were there? But there is a tweet. There is a tweet
Wait,
about that coming up.
No,
yes,
there is no fucking way.
There is a fucking tweet about that coming up.
There is no way. You're shitting me.
I am not shitting you.
Oh my God. Are you farting?
No.
You're not shitting or farting.
Okay, we got to get through this news article so we can get to this tweet.
The fuck?
So Jose Rizzo, who is one of the Christians who is protesting there, this again, I say I am happy with people on all sides of this, except for the people that have to have an invocation to a magical being that doesn't exist before they do laws. But Jose Rizzo says he believes that the members of the Satanic Temple of West Michigan had the right to speak at a governmental meeting. Good job. You recognize that they have a First Amendment right. And he says, but I also think that we should have the right to protest, he said. We're just here to praise God. Yes, you have the right to protest, just as he has the right to do the invocation. Excellent. Everybody's good here. We're all good. I like this. This is a happy story.
Everybody's where they need to be.
Yeah. Like, absolutely. Like you do an invocation that people disagree with. The people that disagree with can protest it. Great. Everybody's doing the right thing, except for the people that are allowing invocations in any sense in the first place. So, yeah. I like it. This is a happy story where everybody's good. But like someone was complaining that like, oh, apparently this legislative session is now a pulpit where people need to explain their religion. Like, this isn't a church. Ottawa County Board Chair Joe Moss said that he believed that adopting the new invocation policy promotes free speech. He also said that he's heard from several pastors who support the change, even if groups such as the Satanic Temple of West Michigan are allowed to speak. Like, yeah, that's if you're not allowed to promote any single religion over any of the other religions, then if you let any religion do something, you have to let all the religions do something, which includes the Satanic Temple. So like, I'm actually kind of impressed that they didn't go with it, just like take their ball and leave scenario. Because usually when the Satanic Temple shows up, that's what they do. They're like, oh no, we can't have these guys, so we're just not going to allow anyone to do it. Which, to be fair, that is the desired outcome here, is that there's just no invocation before you start your session. But yeah, as long as there's going to be invocations, I think this is the right way to do it. You just allow anyone to do it, and then you allow people to protest it. So like when the Christians do it, maybe the Satanic Temple protests, and that would be great.
You know, sometimes there's a happy ending. Sometimes we get a news story that isn't as infuriating as the other ones that have been talked about and won't be brought up again.
Yeah, no, let's not talk about those anymore. My blood pressure has had enough.
Has it though?
Yes. Your blood pressure, however, can go up every time I push this button.
It's a good thing I can't hear it.
Okay, well, I don't know what changed since the last stream, but it's just you saying ooh.
Well, thank you for explaining the joke. That made it funnier.
It does. It always does. On to the tweets. Sovereign, brah. I wonder if he's
oh boy, he's a sovereign citizen.
Wonder if he's a subset. Says, things feminism and the sexual revolution have destroyed. Traditional morality. Good.
What?
The family. No, hasn't destroyed the family.
I think people still have families. Pretty easy.
People still have family. I still have kids. I'm a feminist. I have kids. I have 5 kids. I'm a climate activist, which having 5 kids is not good for that, but it's not my fault because 2 of them aren't mine biologically. I just stumbled into that one.
You could have just said, it's not my fault, my dick too strong, or something like that.
I'm just too much of an alpha male to not have kids.
I'm too much of an alpha male, bro. You don't understand. I can't not inseminate, okay?
I put on a condom and I have kids anyway. Actually, so in my personal experience, like, I know the failure rate is not this, but in my personal experience, an IUD has 100% failure rate. Because my 3rd child was an IUD baby, and my partner, she had an IUD put in. Like, I've had a vasectomy, so I can't get her pregnant anyway, but she had an IUD put in to, like, help with period stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in for, like, all of, like, 6 months before it just ejected itself. And they're supposed to stay in for, like, 5 years and then be taken out by a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, in my experience, IUDs don't work. Supposedly they have a really high success rate, but that's it. That's not my this is the anecdotes are not evidence thing. And
Yeah.
like, you know, it's possible to flip a bunch of heads in a row. It's just not likely. And so I have gotten the not likely. But yeah, I'm so happy that I've been snipped and was not relying on that second IUD because I do not need a 6th child.
Sure you do. Your wallet can afford it. It's fine.
Yeah, Dark Excalibur says sample size too small. That's not all. It was too small. Am I right?
He's talking about his wiener.
Wait a minute. That's not what I meant. Okay.
He's talking about his wiener.
Other things feminism has ruined: the sanctity
His
of marriage.
wiener. Feminism has ruined his wiener.
Feminism ruined my wiener. Yep. The sanctity of marriage, which I would argue that's not really a thing to begin with. Like, marriage as an institution was basically the men in charge saying, these are the women that I own and you can't have. So I'd say that ruining that is a good thing.
I just have to wonder, what does the sanctity of marriage actually mean? So, okay.
It means one man possesses one woman nowadays. In the past, it was one man possesses as many women as he could afford to possess.
The reason I ask is, I have this running suspicion that every single one of these platitudes here, generally speaking, is something that a in-group is supposed to agree is good, like some kind of moral good, but then nobody in that in-group will actually be able to truly agree on what those words mean. What is traditional morality? Which tradition? From which era are we talking about? The family. Well, what does that mean? The modern nuclear family? Are we talking about a quiverful family? Like which?
Are we going to talk about the individualistic family of North America? Or are we going to talk about the more collectivist families where you have multiple generations living in the house, which is arguably way better for the kids?
Yeah, like
in those scenarios.
We've got a bunch of different ideas behind what these words even mean. And yet, if you talk about those ideas, the people who these tweets are aimed at are all going to agree that these things are good. But I have a suspicion they're not going to agree on what these things mean.
Yeah, and then feminism and the sexual revolution have destroyed birth rates. Again, I'd like to point out I have 5 kids.
Also,
Like, yeah, sure, 2 out of 5 of those I didn't provide the semen that made the kid, but still, I have 5 kids.
Also, we found that there's a lot of different things that affect birth rates, and it's not, quote, feminism. This is like when fucking Marty O'Donnell did his whole inflation only happens when governments overspend, and then you look at the history of inflation and go, well, there's a lot of factors involved. When we're talking about birth rates are affected by the income of the country, the GDP. Birth rates are affected by the average educational level of the country.
Yeah.
Turns out more educated nations tend to have lower birth rates.
Fewer kids. Yeah.
Also, vaccinations. The countries that have, and by vaccinations, I mean just medicine in general. Countries that have access to quality medicine and by proxy vaccinations tend to have lower birth rates because...
Yeah, but sir, it's also countries that have more women's rights also tend to have lower birth rates, because it turns out that when you give women options other than just being a baby factory at home, a lot of them choose to not just be a baby factory at home.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that decreases birth rates. When you give women autonomy and control over their own bodies, they decide to have fewer children. Funny that.
And then you have to ask yourself the most important question of all: why do birth rates matter?
Okay, but here's the next part. Border security is the next thing after birth rates. Okay, so if our birth rates are too low, then you'd think allowing more people into the country to make up for the low birth rates would be a good thing, would it not? If you're not racist, that is.
This is why I said asking why the birth rates matter is always important, because there's...
Great replacement!
Yep, it always ties into that stupid fucking theory.
Oh my god, it's so dumb. Who fucking cares what skin color people, like, what, like, how fucking stupid are people that, like...
We're going to be bred out of existence. The black people are fucking us. It's bad.
People with pale skin are going to be less frequent in the future. Okay, who fucking cares?
Oh no!
People with pale skin burn easier, so that's
about to say the sunscreen. The sunscreen industry cares.
People with pale skin don't eat spices, so like the food will be better when the pale skins die out. I mean, it's hard for me to think of a negative to white people being replaced.
And the thing is, like, white people being replaced, what does it mean? I'm
not saying that white people should be replaced, that it's a moral imperative to replace white people. I'm just saying, like...
It just doesn't matter.
Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares?
Like, the minute that it's very, very hard to distinguish race between everybody is the minute that racism dies. Or, as humans always do, we'll find some other creative way to distinguish each other. But, like...
Like a religion,
there's no intrinsic value to a person's race in any way, shape, or form. The only value that comes from it, in as far as I can tell, is like if you happen to be somebody who's really into culture and you value the culture of your area a lot and you attach that to your biology.
I like Scottish culture. My heritage is Scottish. I'm about as white can be. And I like Scottish culture. I like Celtic music. I like the formal attire with the kilt and everything. I like the sound of bagpipes. I know that's weird because bagpipes sound like you're torturing a cat, but I like it. Like, I like these things, and I share these things with my kids. Me, like, this is your heritage. I actually, so my favorite vacation I've ever taken was when I was a kid. My dad had this thing where, like, when each one of his kids turned 16, he would take them to the UK and we'd drive around and just experience the culture of our people. And that was my favorite vacation in the world. Now, it's arguable whether that's because, like, the UK is this awesome, amazing place, or it was just like a teenager spending one-on-one time with your dad, who's an important figure in your life, even if you won't admit it as a teenager. So, like, it's arguable why I like that, but, like, I did like that, and I'm carrying on that tradition. So, like, my oldest is turning 16 next year, and that is the plan. I'm going to take them on a 3-week trip through. I mean, we were planning on doing all 3 weeks in the or like So my dad would do like 3 days in London, then 3 days in somewhere in another European country nearby, like Paris or something. And then after that, you just rent a car and drive around the UK going like no plan, just like, well, where do you want to go today? I don't know. There's a ferry going to Ireland. Let's see if we can catch the ferry. And then you go there or whatever. Hitchmeister59 says Allie the Piper on YouTube. She's actually the person that like I seem to have like a bit of a fetish for female pipers. Where like it's this sexy thing that I can't fully explain. Like, yeah, Allie the Piper is an attractive woman in and of herself, but there's something about a woman playing the bagpipes that is just like, I don't know. I can't explain it. But that Allie the Piper is who I found that out through. And but yeah, no, I'm going to take my kids on this trip. We're probably going to do more of a like yeah, I'm going to spend a significant amount of time in the UK, but maybe more time outside of it, going through other European countries. Was that a hat that came through that I didn't see? Where's my shafka? I haven't worn the Russian hat in a while. Where's that at? I don't know. It's not in the box. So I'll just do Gandalf. But yeah, that was my favorite trip. So I'm not saying that heritage is not important to me, but like, if my kids end up having kids with people of different races, that doesn't change their heritage. That just changes their skin color. And then their kids will also have heritage from another culture that they can now experience. And it's a fucking great thing. So, yeah. What were you about to say?
I completely forgot.
Okay. That's fair. Voter demographics. Okay. The demographics are what they are. Like, if the demographics change, you want the government to change to represent the new demographics, do you not?
Also, how has it destroyed voter demographics as opposed to change voter demographics?
Is it made it less white? Which, interestingly, sovereign citizens, in theory, they're libertarians, are they not?
Yeah, generally speaking.
When I was in my libertarian phase, so one thing, I've been a shitty person on a number of things. Like, I've been shitty when it comes to abortion. I've been shitty when it comes to LGBTQ rights. I've been shitty about a bunch of stuff. I've never been shitty about race. I've never understood why it would matter what your skin color is for shit like this. Like, and when I was a libertarian, it was like, borders are an arbitrary thing that don't fucking matter. I still kind of hold that view. Where it's like, just let people live where they want to live and work where they want to work. Who cares what fucking country it is? That's still kind of my view. And especially like in light of that news item we covered, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, but where like immigrants are actually really, really good for the economy. So it's like, not only does it like, it doesn't fucking matter, like, just let people live where they want to live and work where they want to work, but also having more people come in to live and work in your place is a good thing for your economy. So like, maybe having open borders is actually a good idea. Like, not completely open in the libertarian sense, but like, I don't know.
Fritz says, I guess I'm not wide enough. I haven't had Taco Bell and McDonald's in years. There's a whole conversation about what are different ethnic foods, what is white food. White food is burger and chicken tendy.
Yeah, basically. I mean, there's more to British food than that, but like, yeah, white people food tends to not have as much seasoning.
I remember a conversation my dad had with my uncle. My uncle's British, and my uncle was describing this very like delicious delicacy from back home that was it was a zesty white paste basically, and you would dip biscuits in it, and my dad just kind of looked at him and went,
is it mayo?
Is it ranch? Are you describing ranch?
Ranch and mayo.
Are you just describing ranch right now? Like,
yeah, and then of course feminism and the sexual revolution have destroyed millions of babies in the womb, so that's abortion. As we discussed, not really a baby.
Even if it is a baby, my cannon needed firing. I needed ammunition, and I mean, look, some sacrifices had to be made.
Vast majority of abortions happen when there is no brain to speak of, and all the rest of them happen before any part of the brain that is even capable of being a person exists. So, yeah, not a baby. Oh, Fusel says, as a white person myself, I despise mayo. So mayo by itself, I don't really like, but like mayo-based sauce, like a chipotle aioli or garlic aioli, like aiolis. Mayo.
I'm in a similar boat. I don't like mayonnaise that much, but like if you mix mayo and sriracha, that's heaven.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, you need to make it more interesting than just mayo.
I've been spending this entire time playing with the utility knife I 3D printed, and this is a problem.
You mean the circumcision? The circumciser 9000?
It's not a circumciser.
It's the circumciser 9000. Somebody make the fan art so Cirrus has to admit it. It's the circumciser 9000.
No, it's just so the mechanism is super satisfying to move back and forth.
You circumcise those babies with it.
I like multi-part 3D prints, Rhino. They're so cool.
Yeah, they are cool. I'll admit that. They're just hard to remember to put together.
So you print out everything at once, and then you...
Okay.
It's easy.
Catini says aioli isn't mayo plus garlic. No, garlic aioli is mayo plus garlic. There are a bunch of different kinds of aioli that are all amazing. Anyway, autocorrect 2.0 says slavery, where you kidnap men in order to force them to work for you, is evil. Just leave it there, and I agree.
Okay, that's okay.
And they say the type of slavery described in the Bible was the way people who didn't have land or resources survived. They sold themselves, not kidnapped, into the service of a landowner for food and shelter, often as entire families. They could not just get a job like we can today. I would encourage this person to read Deuteronomy 20.
I would encourage this person to read anything involving the Jewish slaves in Egypt. Why was it a moral imperative for the Jewish slaves to leave Egypt in the story of Moses if slavery was so benign?
Yeah, no, but that was Egyptian slavery. That wasn't Hebrew slavery. Hebrew slavery was the good thing.
It was the good one, unless you were a Canaanite.
Yeah, if you actually read, like, Deuteronomy 20 is the rules of how to go to war against cities. And one of the, like, I think it starts at verse 10, and I want to say goes to 24. I don't know. But Deuteronomy 20, one of the rules is when you invade, like when you approach a city, you offer them terms of peace. The terms of peace are, if you surrender, we'll just make you all slaves. And it uses the words forced labor. Like, unambiguous.
Yeah,
forced labor.
Just
That's slavery.
Ask, is forced labor okay?
And if they say no to that, say, no, we don't want to be forced labor, then the Israelites are to kill all the men in the city and then take all the women and children as plunder. And it describes people as plunder. So
people are property, especially the women.
You want to tell me that's them as non-landowners trying to, like, secure a job for themselves? No. That's fucking slavery in the same sense that the American South used it. In fact, a lot of the laws of the American South were based on biblical laws about slavery.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. There's people in my chat arguing about whether or not a true aioli has egg in it, because mayo is egg-based. And a lot of aiolis are made by mixing mayo with something or other, but apparently, like, a true aioli does not have egg. So people are arguing over that. And
you know what? That's a good thing to argue over compared to things that have been argued over before here.
Yeah. Go for it. Daniel. Remember Daniel? He's so fun now. He's like the new Wendell. He says, bend over and cough. What? It's turn your head and cough, isn't it?
It is turn your head and cough.
Okay. So he says bend over and cough. Oftentimes doctors tell us to do things that don't make sense to us, that seem wrong to our sensibilities, yet we trust them, don't we? Why don't we trust God when he says and does things that we don't understand?
Well, because he doesn't say things.
No. Okay. Forget responding to the argument. Daniel, I got some bad news for you about your doctor. If your doctor is telling you to bend over and cough,
You shouldn't trust your doctor.
like, no, you should not trust that doctor. Like, no, it's turn your head and cough. If he's telling you to bend over, there's something else going on there. But anyway, that aside, yeah, no, I can actually ask my doctor, hey, why do you tell me to turn my head and cough? And then he can tell you, because if I am holding my fingers here and you cough while your head is turned, if you have a hernia that's starting, I'll feel the bulge here, and then we can correct it with surgery.
Yeah, the doctor will
So,
feel the bulge.
so the doctor, yeah, the doctor will feel your bulge. And so Leslie Lucid says, worst dentist ever. So yeah, the doctor, if you talk to them, they can explain to you, this is why I am doing this. These are the inputs that arrived at this output. They're like, this is the reason I've made this decision. This is why I think this is the best course of action for you or whatever. Whereas with God, it's just, oh yeah, no, it's mysterious ways. We shouldn't even expect to understand anything about God.
The dentist works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, if your doctor just said, like, if your doctor said, turn your head and cough, and you said, why? And the answer was, I went to med school, you didn't, just trust me. Then I'd be like, I'm going to change doctors now. Because, like, a doctor should, like, yeah, they're not going to give you as in-depth an explanation as they got in med school, but they should be able to explain to you in a way that, like, makes you at least connect the dots. And, like, yeah, maybe I don't understand the full picture, but I understand why this would be useful. Whereas God, it's just like, nah, just trust me. I killed your baby of cancer for my grand plan. It'll work out for the best somehow. Oh, we have a Stoff in the chat. Stoff, go back earlier in the stream. There's some fan art that we need you to do that I forgot.
Oh my God.
And if you send a super chat or bits on Twitch, we get to hear Surus say...
Vi says, Doctor, I have an aching, tight feeling in my anus. Will you help stretch it out?
That's actually... So I'm scripting a video on porn right now, and one of the things I bring up, like, they talk about how, like, oh, porn gives you unrealistic expectations as to what sex should be. And I'm just like, okay, but like, movies provide unrealistic expectations, but we don't, like, campaign against movies because we recognize that they're fiction. So it's like, are you telling me that not once in my life am I going to come across an attractive young woman who is trapped in my dryer and the only way I can free her is by fucking her out of it? Are you telling me that that's never going to happen?
She also is your...
God.
She's also your stepmom. You forgot about that one key
fuck
part.
that. No. Fuck the steps relationship shit. I fucking hate that. It's so fucking stupid. Like, I get what they're going for. Like, they're going for, like, okay, some people have an incest kink. So if we make it step relationship or whatever, that'll kind of scratch that kink. Well, at the same time, thank you, Rosina. It says yay porn with an ooh from Surus. But at the same time, like, if we make it a step incest relationship, then it's not going to turn away the people that aren't necessarily into incest. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like the capitalism inevitability of, like, this is where we're going to end up because
the kink is going to be there because there's a market.
It's the way to, like, it appeals to the people with the kink and it doesn't turn off the people without the kink enough to get them to go somewhere else. So suddenly everything is step whatever.
Step dryer.
It's just fucking annoying.
You.
Step dryer coon.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, I wish they would stop that because, like, that's not my thing. And if it's your thing, I'm not judging you for that necessarily. I mean, there are some situations where, like, yeah, I would, but
I think scat play is the one where I'm like, I'm no longer kink asking. I'm kink shaming. There's a point.
I don't know. Anyway, thank you for inspiring this conversation, Daniel. I'm sure you'll be proud. I'm sure you'll be proud that this is where we went with your tweet. Oh, this is fun. So Rust Belt City Enjoyer says, every time, who wants to beat climate change? Leftists all raise their hand. Who wants to drive less? Leftists don't raise their hand.
Drivers account for less than 13% of carbon emissions.
Okay, forget that.
I'm not
many
going to forget
times-
the actual
Okay,
facts.
no. Forget that. Just look at the meme. Just look at the meme.
I see the
Cyrus.
meme, yes.
How many fucking times have we been like, hey, 15-minute cities would be a good thing. Hey, trains would be awesome. Hey, public transit would be amazing. And then these people have been like, nah, 15-minute cities are a communist plot to try and trap us into our, like, I don't even fucking know what they think is the problem with communist cities. 15-minute cities. Like, how many times have you seen leftists being so disappointed that the United States does not have high-speed rail systems between cities? Like, no, we want to drive less. We want there to be a robust public transit. We want there to be 15-minute cities. That would be amazing. But these fucking right-wing nut jobs are all like, oh, no, 15-minute cities are...
This is evil, it's of the devil.
It's a communist plot. Rosina says, I didn't have enough loverly Mountain Dew Baja Blast and woke up late. Here's for making up for my absence. Rosina, I think you'll find that when you send a super chat now, you hear a special sound that Cyrus hates. So, like, just sending a little bit of money to me makes Cyrus angry, and that's always fun.
I just don't understand you.
You understand me perfectly. You would do the same thing if our situations were reversed.
You don't have any evidence of that, maybe.
I don't have any evidence of that, but I know that that is true. And honestly, I'm not good at pretending outrage at things. So, like, if there's something that I'm supposed to be angry about, I would just be happy about it on stream. So the fact that I can leverage your outrage is good for me.
You know
So
what
I
they
will do
say?
that.
If it
Because
bleeds, it leads.
Because I just don't get outraged. Unless it's about...
Unless it's about kids dying, like earlier.
Yeah, I consider kids dying to be something to be outraged about.
Justifiable outrage.
Rosina sent another $2 saying, ooh, woo. Okay. Oop, nope. Looking there. Next, we got Monica Hug says, chicks with penises are the favorite women among many atheists like Vice Rhino, Hemant Meta, and Rationality Rules, and many others. There are hardly any left that I can watch on YouTube. Sigh.
Oh, whoa.
Rosina says, yay, it works. Yeah, no, chicks with penises are great.
I don't know what they're trying to get at. Like,
If you don't like that I don't treat trans women like shit, then I don't want you watching my videos anyway. Or I want you watching my videos so that you can change your mind.
Also,
because I have a shit ton of research suggesting that you're fucking wrong about everything.
Also, which is it? Is it that Rationality Rules hates all the trans people, or is it that Rationality Rules favorite women or trans women?
No, this person's saying that Rationality Rules is pro-trans, which I haven't been following Rationality Rules saga. Like, I know that they he posted a video that was like, trans people are fine, but the sports thing is iffy, and then posted a follow-up to that basically doubled down.
That's basically what
also
ended up happening.
Also doubled down in the trans people are fine. I just don't like it in this specific context.
And then people said that was violence against trans women. Other than just being fucking wrong.
Yeah, it created a division where it's like, you know, so he's trans affirming. He just has questions about the sports thing, which causes a lot of people to think of it in a black and white term, where like, oh, well, if you don't like trans people in sports, then you must be just as bad as J.K. Rowling, which is not necessarily the case. But I also haven't followed Rationality Rules closely enough to know the full picture here. So I'm not going to say that they're not transphobic. But I'm also not going to say that they are, because I have seen evidence that they if you ignore the sports thing, they do seem trans affirming in my experience.
Mhm.
But as a non-trans person, like I'm not going to tell a trans person that they should like rationality rules because they're trans affirming in non-sports scenarios.
It's just interesting to me seeing this person's comment going, depending on who you ask, he's either a violent transphobe or his favorite woman is chicks with dicks. Like,
Well, okay. To be fair,
according to Monica.
to be fair, rationality rules was kind of in the middle of that whole what was that person's name?
Essence of Thought.
Yes, essence of thought. Rationality rules was kind of in the middle of that whole debacle. And essence of thought is kind of a piece of shit.
Kind of. Oh no, I have an entire thread saved of them saying I needed to get on my hands and knees and
Okay.
beg and do 14 different things to fix the trans community. Kind of is very, very short.
Rosina says if you ignore the one huge red flag. Yeah, I'm not saying that's not a red flag. I'm saying it's not as bad a red flag as Essence of Thought said, because like I've seen enough of both sides of the Essence of Thought thing where like Essence of Thought is a bit unhinged. Like I'm not going to tell trans people that they have to like rationality rules because aside from sports they're okay.
Now,
Because,
it's perfectly
like, the
fine to not
sports thing-
like them on the sports
Like, yeah.
thing.
Like I actually have actively avoided promoting or mentioning them on my main channel because like I don't have enough time to like follow them closely enough to find out how their opinion has changed. So like for all I know, they're perfectly fine now. I don't know, and I'm not following it. I just know that last I heard, they were on the wrong side of the sports thing. But overall, they were affirming. So do with that information what you will. I'm not gonna like I said, I'm not going to defend them, nor am I going to attack them. I know Essence of Thought was kind of a piece of shit when it came to stuff like this. Just being trans does not automatically protect you from being a piece of shit.
Nope.
Because Essence of Thought, for those who don't know, they are trans, and they did kind of the same thing with rationality rules as like Thunderfoot did with Anita Sarkeesian. Where like even if there was like a kernel of truth there, it got so blown out of proportion that it became ridiculous. But yeah, so let's set rationality rules aside. Haven't Meta. My understanding is that's company that I would like to be included with because Hammett
Meta seems to be pretty affirming.
It generally seems to be a good guy. Again, we've talked about this before, where as atheist YouTube creators, we generally don't watch other atheist YouTube creators. So like, if I'm wrong about this, I'm not going to be like this isn't a hill I'm going to die on. Like I am trans affirming to the end. If someone comes out and is like, oh yeah, it turns out this person was kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah, you can reasonably go, oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Hemant Meta, my understanding is Hemant Meta is pretty good. And Stephen Woodford, I'm not going to really comment either way because I've heard both that they've changed and are fine now, and no, they haven't changed enough and haven't apologized for the stuff they've done before. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to pretend like there's not pain there. Rosina says Vice Rhino doesn't watch his peers. No, I don't.
No, generally speaking, once you start producing content of a certain type, then you don't end up consuming as much of that content for a variety of reasons. One of them is we're making it already, so like overconsumption of it burns you out faster.
Yeah, it's like it transitions from being entertainment content that I consume on my downtime to this is stuff that I'm watching for work to like see things from different perspectives. And so like I don't actively avoid other atheist content, but that like I don't watch it for recreation anymore. So like Apologia and Prophet of Zod are the two that like they're the ones that I probably watch the most, because Apologia, he tends to do like deep dive research sort of stuff that makes it easier for me to find shit because he cites his fucking sources. And Prophet of Zod will often find new ways of framing things that I just didn't think of. and it's very novel. And but again, watching their content has transitioned from it recreational to work. So it's like when I'm on my downtime, I don't want to be thinking about work. So I don't watch Apologia for entertainment anymore. I watch it for information. I don't watch Prophet of Zod for entertainment anymore. I watch them for different ways of looking at things that I haven't thought of before. And yeah, so like I've completely transitioned to like what I watch for recreational is completely different from anything that I produce.
Also, I need to correct my friend Fritz on something real quick. They said, are you saying that it would be okay? I'm stronger than the strongest women in women's weightlifting. So, but no, you're not actually. I just looked at the strongest women in weightlifting right now, and I know you can lift a lot. You're in construction. You're not that person strong, generally speaking. But secondly, side from that, the way that weightlifting, Olympics, all this stuff works is you're generally not allowed to compete unless you have been on HRT for a year. And even then, if we're talking about the Olympics, they don't allow you to compete in the Olympics unless you've undergone a extensive test for testosterone levels to make sure that you are within a margin of what would be generally accepted for cis women.
They used to test chromosomes, but they found too many women that were actually cis women were getting through because they had chromosomal abnormalities.
Klinefelters and stuff like that.
Yeah, stuff like that was kept on showing up and like making them not qualify as women despite the fact that they were cis women.
So when you say would it be fair for me to say I'm trans and then compete against those women? So technically no, it would not be fair for you as you are to say you're trans and then compete.
I'm going to let you talk to this person while I go pee.
That's fine. But also understand that that scenario you're describing isn't the scenario that happens. The scenario you're describing at competition level isn't allowed. Robert Atset says the testosterone test excludes a number of cis women. Yes, it does. It ends up excluding a lot of cis women, so they end up having to take... There are cis women who, to compete in the Olympics, they have to actually take supplements that will lower their testosterone levels to what is allowed in the Olympics, because it is within such a small margin that there isn't a cis man that gets to compete there, generally speaking. So, like, you're right. You, as you are competing there, would not be fair. But for most of these competitions, you, as you are, wouldn't be allowed to compete. There'd be a lot of evaluations that would need to be done on not just your identity, but on your physicality, on your muscle density, on your testosterone levels, on whether or not you meet the criteria for what women generally have in these. Just like how we don't throw the world's strongest man in an MMA competition against, like, the dude who's halfway through featherweight competition. We have controls for that. It's the same thing with weightlifting. We don't put people in these competitions and then go, no, it's fair for anybody to go. We have, generally speaking, a lot of criteria that must be met before you're allowed to compete. Arianda says that there's researching suggesting that trans women being on E is actually performance debilitating, not enhancing. So that's not, Ariana, that's not just new research. That's what the research has been for over 10 years. That's the reason why the Olympics allow trans women to compete. Because if you're on HRT as a trans woman and you're not only taking testosterone blocking, or you've been castrated and therefore your body isn't producing the testosterone in the first place, because that's a situation as well, the estrogen itself is another thing. Like, it's part of the hormone therapy in general. And yeah, that would be a little more debilitating. We found that so for trans women who've been on HRT for at least a year, the constant margin of error for them is 6%. 6% up, 6% above the average woman and 6% below the average woman in terms of every measure that we use for Olympic sport.
So, my thing is, I generally don't talk about trans women in sports, not because I don't care about trans women or I think it's a non-issue or whatever, but because I don't care about sports. I just can't bring myself to give a flying fuck about anything to do with sports. So I'm like, oh, well, all the women's records are going to go to trans women. I'm just like, okay, so who fucking cares?
Now, I can
And
understand
I
that
don't-
take too.
So I don't want my apathy to sports in general to come across as apathy to trans women or cis women.
Fair,
like,
because then there would be
I
cis women
avoid-
who would take that as a bad thing.
Yeah, so I tend to avoid that argument altogether because I just don't fucking care, and I don't want my not fucking caring about sports to come across as my not caring about the people involved in sports. And so like that's why I try to avoid talking about it in general. But my understanding is that most sports already had pretty good things in place to like make sure it wasn't just like, oh, someone dosing on testosterone or whatever. And then like when you think about it, like trans women, they would actually be on performance inhibiting drugs.
Well, yeah, because hormone
As opposed to-
replacement therapy does
Yeah.
inhibit their performance.
So
And
really,
we-
if you care about trans people in sports, you should be looking for the trans men because they're on the performance enhancing drugs. So like they might actually be getting away with like taking extra testosterone that cis men wouldn't be able to take. But no, all the focus is on trans women because misogyny, I guess.
Yup, but there is there is a story that we could talk about at some point about, man, I'm very bad at pronouncing names, I apologize, but Jens Sinquamani, and I'm again probably pronouncing that wrong, but he is a 165-pound class competitive powerlifter, trans man. His total competition amount is 1,062 pounds, and like, there's a conversation to be had about, like, hey, what does HRT look like on both sides of this when it comes to the experience that trans people have here? The thing is, like Rhino, I don't care enough about sports to go into all of these things at great detail. Now, I know the research behind it because I have to for my job, literally, but when I talk about it, I'm going to talk about it very much as a, hey, I'm going to advocate for these things, and by the way, the only sports I've cared about in the past have been esports, like, you know, League of Legends and stuff like that. So I'll also tend to defer to those ways of aggregating things, which tend to be more mixed gender than anything. But years ago, I did a video on this, and my opinion hasn't changed much since that video, so fuck it. I already had people who were in the atheist community do video responses to that video disagreeing heavily with everything I said, so I just point people to that one because obviously people cared about it enough.
All right. Okay, this one's fun. Villainous. This is a thought experiment for cult members. So cult, in this case, I think is gender cult. Hypothetical. A time machine allows you to go back once to 1939 to 1945. What do you do? I'd rescue a trans woman. Congratulations, you just rescued an SS officer. Oh, by the way, you could have assassinated Hitler.
So there's a couple of problems with this. One, I'd like some evidence of trans SS officers that survived the Night of Long Knives. That's my stickler. Did they survive the Night of Long Knives?
The thing that was kicked off when they burned down the Institute of Sexology?
I think that might have been part of it, but no, the main thing with Night of Long Knives was anybody who was like left of center in the within like Hitler's political power structure were all killed. Like, just it was him going, all right, all these people who have helped me get up here, they're all dead. I think Goebbels was one of them. Like, people who care more about World War II history would be able to give a more accurate summary of it. But second problem, very important problem, we don't actually have any evidence that assassinating Hitler would have stopped the Holocaust, because Hitler's second in command was actually notably a lot worse than Hitler, and he would have probably been the one to take power after Hitler was assassinated. Assassinating Hitler doesn't necessarily stop everything.
Are we talking about assassinating Hitler after he takes power, or are we talking about killing baby Hitler? I mean, obviously,
it's 1939, so this is assassinating adult Hitler.
Yeah, okay, fine. But like, hypothetically, if we kill baby Hitler, does that second in command still come to command?
If we kill baby Hitler, then we don't get things like we don't get things like the coup that Hitler did that gave him his notoriety in the first. God damn it, they gave him the notoriety in the first place. We don't get things like the bar speech that helped kick him off. We don't get any of the utilization of the German Workers' Party as the foundation for his movement. We don't get a lot of that stuff if we just get rid of baby Hitler. So like, I don't know if we get a better or worse Germany there. I don't.
So Rosina says, so is this saying that Hitler is a trans SS officer? No. What this is trying to say, not doing a very good job of it, but what they're trying to propose a hypothetical where someone who is pro-trans goes back in time to Hitler's Germany, and instead of assassinating Hitler, they decide to save a trans person, and then they're saying that the trans person they saved was likely to have been an SS officer, not that Hitler was trans.
So the other thing is, if the time machine takes you back to 1939 to 45, there's trans women all around the country around that time, not
around
just
the world.
Not just in Germany, but like everywhere. So there's no guarantee that you're grabbing an SS officer. Also, if you're actually going to quote talk to the gender cult, then you know what people like us would be trying to save. Like if assassinating Hitler's off the table and we can only save one thing, then we're saving the Library of Sexology. Like that, like we're saving the years of research that were done there.
Burning down the Library of Sexology put trans research back at least 50 years.
So, I don't know. If you're going to claim to speak to the cult, quote, quote, then at least be able to speak whatever the fuck our language is being called. I don't know what we're calling it.
So this is the tweet I was thinking of when we were talking about earlier about how, like, Hitler and trans stuff would actually come up in the tweets.
I'm surprised. And you know what? I don't want to say it's a pleasant surprise because that would be a lie. There's so many different factors involved in this particular conversation that it's very, very hard to figure out what angle you go at with it. So like, it's again. Anyways, thoughts about everybody you love abandoning you are increasing. Anywho, but
so Rosina says, because if the time traveler didn't know about Hitler before they went to save the SS officer, then Hitler starts existing after the save? I don't know that follows the rules of the time travel here.
This could also, you know what?
Watch more Back to the Future, Rosina.
Or
that's not how it works.
It could be worse. It could be time travel the way it exists in Dragon Ball, and then nothing you do can fix anything. Because in Dragon Ball, anytime you time travel, you create a new dimension. Every single time you time travel, you're just creating a new timeline where the decision tree changed at that moment.
I mean, that makes sense.
It's like in Dragon Ball, Trunks, his entire future is fucked. The apocalypse happened. There's like a few thousand humans alive, period. So he finds a way with his mom to go back in time to save Goku, the main character of Dragon Ball. Because as far as he's concerned, Goku dying of a heart virus is what caused the apocalypse to happen because Goku couldn't save them. So he goes back in time, saves Goku, leaves. 3 years later, Goku is sitting there taking the medicine for the heart virus, but still experiencing it. So he's out of commission for like a month or so. And Trunks comes back and everybody's like, hey, did it work? And he's like, so I learned a couple things about time travel. Nothing fucking changed. That's not saying your future's any better or worse. That's just saying, apparently I can't change my future. So I'm gonna camp here for a little bit, and I'm gonna see if I can't make sure things go right here.
Well, I mean, there's also the implication here that people with left-leaning tendencies don't know who Hitler was.
Yeah.
Like, what? Pretty sure everyone knows who Hitler was, even if they pretend not to.
Rhino, why are people like this, and why do you peruse Twitter for these people?
It's my job at this point. You know how many times I've been like, my life would be nicer if I didn't have to go on Twitter. And then I've been like, but it's my job. Paul Micken says people are skipping over starter homes and jumping straight into 300,000 plus mortgages. That's one of the reasons they're financially failing. Your first car shouldn't be a Bentley.
All right, so problem.
I know you live in rural Georgia, so this might be different for you.
The housing market's fucked here.
Okay, yeah, but fucked for you means different than fucked for me, because so I live in the Niagara region.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, I live in Fort Erie, which has a reputation for having really cheap houses because nobody wants to live in Fort Erie. Of all the places in Niagara you could possibly live, we're the least desirable. So our houses are the cheapest. That's why, like, the house that I live in, I paid $120,000 for it, something like I think it was 12 or 13 years ago. Currently, it's technically valued at like $500,000.
And that's the undesirable.
And this is the undesirable location. So, out of curiosity, I was like, well, I wonder what the cheapest house in Fort Erie is. So I went to realtor.ca and I put in a filter. It was like, it has to be a house. And then there were 2 empty lots that were for building that somehow got categorized as houses.
Mm-hmm.
So I skipped those. And then the cheapest house after those 2, that was actually a house for sale in the region of like the Greater Toronto area that is known for having cheap housing, was this place for $269,000 and $270,000.
That looks tiny.
Okay, read the listing a little closer. Do you notice anything, Cyrus?
Ontario number. I mean, it says 69. It's funny sex number.
No. Go down a little. The bottom of the picture.
70 said Edward Abbott. Wait, does it say 0 beds, 0 baths?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
The cheapest house in the cheapest area of the Greater Toronto area is $270,000.
And it's a
has
studio.
0 bedrooms and 0 bathrooms. You want to see what the inside of this place looks like?
Sure.
That's the inside.
Wait, the walls aren't finished.
That's the whole inside. That is the entire place. This is the cheapest place where I live.
So I got curious, since we're on the topic. The average home value in Georgia is $327,000.
Which means you can probably find a much nicer home than this for a lot less than $300,000 in Georgia.
Yep. So, hold on a minute. So this sounds like a boomer who's doing the whole McDonald's is the starting job. This is your starting house. This is your starting car.
Back in my day, I bought a small house for $70,000.
Like, no, bitch. We're at the point now where what is a starting vehicle or house and what is just a place that you're stuck in or stuck driving in for 20 years is the same damn thing because you can't afford either of them.
Yeah, no, like when my partner moved in with me, we actually looked into buying a house together to see if it was feasible. It was like the cheapest house that would fit all of us was over $500,000. It was like $600,000. I'm like, my house is theoretically worth $400,000, but it was one of those situations where it's like, I am privileged, and I know that I am privileged. So I do not have much of a mortgage on this house at all. So if I buy another house, ideally, I just want to buy another house and then like rent this place out. And because I'm a fucking bleeding heart liberal, I'm going to rent it out for a lot less than market value because I can't stand the idea of charging someone as much as I, in theory, should charge for this place.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I couldn't qualify for a house as someone who already owns a house that has a tiny little mortgage. Like I think my mortgage is like $60,000 on a house that its value, its assessed value is something like $400,000. And apparently the market's gone up since then because there's no way I'm only $100,000 more than this piece of shit.
Yep. No, the entire
I have
property
a fucking bathroom.
Yeah, the entire property market is completely fucked 6 ways from Sunday. The only way you have this take is if you don't know anything about the housing market right now.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I got in at a really fucking good time with my house. And if I can't afford to buy a new house using my house as collateral and then having this house as a rental property, then what the fuck is a new couple supposed to do? It just doesn't make any sense. Like,
I can
it's
tell you what
gonna crash. It's gonna crash.
I can tell you what me and Saki have been doing, because Fritz has been the one helping us with it. Everything fucked. Knock out walls. Everything fucked. Replace heater. Everything fucked. Just build better, more stuff. So, like, a lot of the time that I haven't been able to stream and haven't been able to work has been because I've been playing construction.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to do. I told myself I wouldn't be doing any more building or anything in my house, and then I kept doing it because there's still problems that need to be solved, and we still have to replace all of our floors. That's what we've been doing. We want to get a different house, but that is not in the cards. So constantly repairing and fixing up this one is all we can do.
When current homeowners can't leverage the home that they currently own to get a new home, that is a sign that the housing market is fucked.
Yeah.
So, like, there's stuff going on here. Like Canada, I think Trudeau's about to implement a thing where people based outside of Canada can't buy homes for 2 years. Like, they're putting a moratorium on foreign-owned properties, which will help a bit. But, like, this is gonna fucking crash. It's not sustainable. It is going to fucking crash. Because, like, with current housing prices, if I buy a new house now and then I want to rent it, people that can't buy a house are not going to be able to afford the rent. So, like, in order to make my money back, I have to charge ridiculous rent, but ridiculous rent is something that people can't afford. So, like, it's not going to work. It is not going to work. It's going to crash. And, like, that's one of the reasons why, like, when my wife died, I used her life insurance money to pay off the mortgage. That's how I ended. Like, I am in a privileged position because my wife died, is a weird thing to say. But, like, one of the reasons I am not using my house as, like, leverage to borrow more money so I can do a bunch of shit or maybe buy another house or have rental income or whatever, is because I know that, like, the value that my house has right now is not its real value. It is going to, like, it's going to crash. It is going to crash. This is not sustainable. It's not possible to sustain it because people need to live.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't want to get myself into a loan of that much and then have to charge people ridiculous rent and then be held, like, end up with that at my feet when everything crashes. So, like, no. I don't know how anyone thinks this is sustainable. I don't know how anyone that's in real estate is, like, still investing at this point with these prices. It's ridiculous. Anyway, that was the last tweet. So hopefully tonight I'll remember to actually, like, hit the credits button instead of just cutting the stream off awkwardly, like mid-sentence, like happened last week.
While I was on stream, I was editing our stream from last week, and I didn't notice the cutoff. I had forgotten that the cutoff happened because I know you mentioned it. Yeah. And then the cutoff happened. I'm like, oh, well, that's weird. Anywho.
Yeah, I got there. It's like, because of the delay on the stream actually cut off halfway through me saying, like, and as always, as just done. Senshini says, no case orbs, we are blessed. Yeah, case orbs is too much of an idiot this week. No Sorbo or Bobo? I had a whole fucking news item about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Do you really need more of that shit? I know Bobo's a different person from MTG, but
no,
they're basically the same. They're effectively
the same people.
They are effectively the same no matter how much they hate each other.
They only hate each other because they are identical.
Yeah. I mean, Bobo can get more action than MTG, as we know from the security camera footage.
Bobo, no.
All right. So yeah, that's it for this one. As always, fuck off.
I'm gonna go back to playing Zelda.
Yay. Zelda's fun.
I've managed Dodongo Cavern and also Deku Tree and half of the Forest Temple. I think I can do the other half of the Forest Temple now.
Now, I am going to spend time with my partner because she is not in a good mood today.
That sounds like a healthy thing to do.
Yeah. She's had a lot on her plate recently.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, have fun.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Talk
go
to you
play
later.
Zelda the Femboy of Time.
Nice.
All right, let me move myself back where I'm supposed to be. Whoop. Alrighty. This Femboy link. Let me figure out what I'm printing off next. The dual disc is done, but I'm unsure of what needs to be printed now. Of what I want to print out. Like, I finished the disc, and that's most of what mattered. You could print out a fuck to give. Nah, that's Fritz's thing. Let's see. I don't think I have anything that I want to print out that's in my files right now. So let's go to... Let's look at Thingiverse together. Will you use the dual disc for legit duels? Oh, I'm 100% using it for duels. I am 100% going to use the dual disc for duels. Slimes for the Slime God. Had a deck idea. Phyrexian Kindred with the newest Glissa that gives Phyrexian First Strike and Death Touch. Do you plan on doing a lot of Incubate stuff? Because that's what she cares about the most. Like, she gives Phyrexian's Death Touch, but the Incubate tokens are huge for her, too. Popular all time. Stop says Cirrus, the cat box. Do you really want the cat box printed in black? Oh, I need to get to all the redeems that happened recently. Hold on. So, Liz Chris, thank you for redeeming your points for an Ada. You fucking degen. Freedom Inc., thank you for the 100 bits. Freedom Inc., also thank you for redeeming your points for an All-Wall. Van Briggs, thank you for the Hydrate. I did it without saying because of the collab. Van Briggs, thank you for the All-Wall. Jay Rodimus, thank you for being a Tier 1 subscriber. All this talk about fetuses makes me feel the need to mention Cassandra Nova, the villain of Deadpool and Wolverine, is Charles Xavier's shadow side that physically manifested as his twin in the womb because he was that powerful of a telepath in the womb. And this evil baby was so evil that Charles brain blasted her and caused his mother to miscarry just that fetus and not himself. Cassandra then reconstituted herself over time from a clump of cells in the fucking sewer. Now you all know. Okay. Rock Hopper Fluffy Boy, thank you for resubscribing. Casual Snark, thank you for following. I thought you were already following. Anyway, Razor, thank you for reaching a 10 stream streak. Thank you for the Hydrate Winchanter. Cinderone, thank you for redeeming your points for an you fucking degen. Morbid Palace, thank you for the OWO. Also, I read your DM, Morbid, and I hope that everything settles out with what's going on with you. I don't want to say, because that's your business to tell people if you want to, but you're in my thoughts. Please take care of yourself. Take care of Agni. Don't worry about things past that. You'll be fine. Give me a second here. Next, Serenity Silvermoon, thank you for redeeming your points for an... You fucking degen. And... Jasta, thank you for the hydrate. I think that's everything. Did the mic peak? It might have. It does it sometimes. It does it sometimes. The mic said no. There we go. Got it. I did it. Lion Falcon, that'd be kind of neat. Let's see. Low poly planter. Soap holder, a 3D printable jet engine. That's cool. A secret shelf. Battery dispenser. Micro catapult. You can print me a new Glock. Lower. Let's see. You know what, actually? I know what I need to pick up. Hold on. I need to print out alcohol holders for the house. Because while I don't drink, Saki does. And I need a crate that can organize a bunch of stuff. Maybe not. Need a koozie? No, because a koozie holds one thing. And a crate holds many. But I think it might take too much filament to print out all these, actually. So maybe not. You need that whale shark I saw earlier? That's what you need? Do I, though? I have this little guy already. It's hard to see him, and I'm not doing more than that. Ugh, that felt better. My back just popped and it felt amazing. Articulated slug, earbud holder. You know what? We're playing Ocarina of Time. Let's print the 12-hole Ocarina. Okay, we need to make supports for this. This looks like it's trying to make supports on the inside, too. Jessa says must be ceramic. I already own a ceramic ocarina. Is it blue? Yep, both of my ocarinas are blue. I don't think I can actually print this. I don't think I can print it on mine very easy without supports. Yep, I messed up supports. This print is a never-ending cycle of trial and error. File is damaged and showing spikes. Nope, not doing that. Axo says, aren't real ocarinas wood? Real ocarina is whatever you play. Anybody that talks about a real musical instrument as one thing or another can fuck off and take a dick up their ass. Let me see. I already made a key holder. That was cool. Tower of Pi, that's kind of neat. Shopping bag handle. That'd be kind of neo. Swiss Army SD holder. That's funny. Interesting. That looks neat. I'll deal with that one later, I think. Ultimate box marker. Sanding tool, that could be useful. Dan Briggs, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. Pokeball with button release lid, huh? I don't have the white filament for this. But this could be neat. I have some red filament. I could find some white filament to make this work, actually. I think we'll download this for a later thing. I'll get some white filament and this will work. Let's see. Joints for making DIY furniture. Small part storage crates. Mini lamp. Articulated butterfly. That's kind of neat. Gyroscopic cube gears. This feels like a desk fidget. You gonna catch yourself a wild Saki? I don't have to do that. I already caught her. Nautilus gears. Open source action figure with 17 points. Penny ballista. Ooh. Do 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 do. 3D printable ball bearing. One-handed bottle opener. Dual drawers. Articulated Iron Man helmet would be neat. Hmm. 3D printed tool stand. That's neat. Instead of rupee. Let me see here. Cascade, a DeLorean. Fidget? A fidget. It's perfect. It's perfect. Connect failed. Bullshit. Bullshit. Open this in new window. Does your model have an eating face? No. Not that I'm aware of. What do you mean by an eating face? Come on. There we go. And ready. All right. Printer is going. Now we are back here. Excuse? Try that again. Thank you. Huh, I thought I could do that. Turns out you were playing a different seed, but you managed to beat it within about 3 hours. Nice. Bo was your go mode? What do you mean by your go mode? You said there were 2 of them in Ganon's castle? Wait, don't tell me that the bow can, like, be duplicated. Fucking kill me. What use is this bundle of arrows to me? See ya, Jassa. Get some sleep. Okay. Come on. Go mode is basically when you have nothing else left this, in the seed except to beat the game. Oh! Oh, fuck! Man, is there anything else here that I need to get? Just watching Link almost fucking off himself. Yeah. Look, I'm pretty awful at video games, I'm not even gonna lie. There's an item on the wall? Da 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 da!
It's just a nut.
That doesn't help me at all. Damn, it busted a nut. Yeah. The Sacred Forest Meadow. The Sacred Forest Meadow? Where's the Sacred Forest Meadow? Does that mean that I probably need to be an adult then, right? Oh, right! I can finish the fucking forest temple now. Everything looks significantly smaller when you're young Link. I've always wondered, is that just a change that they did with your model size, or was there something else that is at work there? Model size, mainly. Espen says, serious, may I make a request? It depends. They keep saying that Way of the Hero is in Kakariko Village as well. Guessing there's just some more stuff that I'm missing in Kakariko Village. Why did it say a car? I grabbed the wrong language ROM. Yeah, what's the request, Aspen? It feels weird playing this game in Randomizer. I mean, it'll be daytime if I wait just a few minutes anyway. I can just wait for that to go. Whee! Oh, it's not like Turok where I can just get my ammo. Wow, 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 wow. Can you imagine doing a whole randomizer while in VR? How just fucky that would be? Come on, one. Oh my god, I just... No fucking balls! Come on. No! Fuck! Okay. There we go! Man! I swear to God, these are frustrating controllers. These things. Why did I insist on playing with you? Fuck. Anyways. Oh, the dildo trident. Motherfuck! It's a fucking... It's this! Free money that I paid 60 rupees for. Okay. Night, Fennec. If I have the Way of the Hero already, then why is the... Wait, do the Sheikah Stones not update? Do the Sheikah Stones not update based on what you've completed? They don't? Fuck! This fucking experience! Why? Why do I need the Sheikah Stones? Literally, ever! If they never update! Fucking never! Ah! Okay. Let's go. You still have your old hammer? Yes, I do, but I already rested because of a headache. By the way, is the Forest Temple where a medallion is? I don't know. Do-do-do-do. Try that again. Okay. Come on. Yay, arrows drop now. Excuse me? Ah! Son of a bitch! There we go. Woo! We're gonna go this way. Those bullmen should be hotter. Why should they be hotter? They're fine. You don't need to want to fuck the bullmen. It's okay for them to just kind of be there. Didn't know axolotls love moblins. Okay. There we go. I'll have you know the moblins are plenty hot. For people who care about them. As for me, I don't. We love using the hookshot like a gun. So, like, look, if there was a real-life hookshot that wouldn't destroy your arm when you used it, I would love it. This is like one of those fantasy items that I've always wanted to have. But unfortunately, a real hookshot that operates as well as the hookshot you cannot get. Please tell me that progress from the last time I was in the dungeon was kept. Okay, cool. The hook shot is like a grapple gun. It ain't happening. I found a small key. That isn't helping shit. There we go. Not there. Maybe here? master. When it splits up, destroy all little ones. There we go. Please, chest. Yeah! Is it gonna be a blue rupee? Okay, it's a heart container. That's cool. There we go. Give me 17 gold skulltulas so far. How many gold skulltulas are there in the game? There's 100? And fuck that quest. You only need to go up to 50? Wait, does the randomizer always have mercy? And never put a piece of progression behind all the gold skulltulas? Wait, I've already been here. What the fuck was the use of that? What the fuck was the point to me getting over here, then? There's nothing here. I didn't see the thing with Biden and TikTok, though. Where the fuck am I supposed to go, then? Did you drain the well? I did last time I was here. But apparently that's one of those things that doesn't stay. Biden signed a bill to ban TikTok if it isn't bought. What, like bought by an American corpo? Interesting. But wouldn't China then just, like, put a business that they have holdings in for, like, Tencent or some shit here? Serious, do you prefer poison the well to drain it? What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know why there's blood on the walls. Alpha Mario says time to kill some post sisters. Yeah, but it's been so long since I've done this dungeon. I don't remember how. Like, I'm supposed to get over there, right? You shoot the paintings with an arrow. No, I understand that. I'm talking about, like, I don't remember how to get over there. Oh, right. I got the little key. Okay. Twisted hallway. Let's go. Yep, now that I have the key, I can just go in here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Die. Well, again, I guess. More loot. Let's go. What is it gonna be? Alright, that's fine. Come on. You'd say 200 rupee save, but that's not the case. Yep. So I already did it. Let's go. Small key for the forest temple. That's helpful. Is it possible I might be able to avoid Jabba Jabba's belly entirely? Wait, no, I think there's a thing in there. Wait, but that was one post, sister. Where are the other three? You have to kill the other Stalfos to get the second one. I guess I'm going back in here again. Not here. Wait, yes there? Said the anti-China thing is all conservative nonsense. No, there's lots of reasons to be anti-China. Shoot, shoot. There you go. Did the government share with the conservatives who are anti-China or just racist? Well, yes, but I don't give a shit about random Republicans. I care about the politicians who enact policy. The randos don't write policy. Sir, so have you remembered to use the Atakar? Yes. Alright, that should be all the small keys. Come on. Just stop being a pain in my ass. Thank you. Boss key for the Forest Temple. I feel like I had to get that off of that, though. Like, it's very unlikely I'll get anything other than, like, necessary items now. The fuck? No. Come on. A little bit more. Oh, hey, my printer froze. That's cool. Give me a second. Turn it off and on again. Okay. Let's turn that back on. There we go. Oh. It wants me to go back here. There we go. Oh. Any more 3D print? It froze. Oh, Forest win? I'll take that. Arcado VTuber, hello! How was your stream? What were you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. There we go. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There we go. He was crying. Okay. Okay. Okay, I've figured it out now. Can we please die? Okay. We start with whatever's in this chest. We got a fucking bottle! Let's go! That's huge! That's insane! Okay. So you don't sound excited? I am. I just got a headache. So for some reason, Ocarina of Time gives me a headache, I think. I remember getting headaches playing this game as a kid, too. Do you need the sleep? No, because I slept earlier. So it could be the sound design. I have noticed that, places like Kakariko Village, I do fine with. I think the Forest Temple may actually make me sleepy. Night, Fritz. Get some sleep. Okay. There we go. There we go. Back you go. Phantom Ganon, it's an evil ghost of the Forest Temple. He comes out of one of the pictures. The fuck? Yes, topics have already been covered. They were covered very early on in the stream. All the topics, all the rhinos, everything. No, I'm not going to convince Rhino to do this. So, like, I will say, genuinely, this is a bit of a painful experience. You hate the whine? Why do they whine? Okay, there we go. Go back, buddy. You might want to consider some extra quality of life settings. I feel like we're kind of past that, though, as I've already generated the seed. Lucian Darkwolf, good luck. That is a wonderful endeavor to work towards. God, fuck! Shit! There we go. Fuck off and die. Forest Temple complete. What item do we get from you? Guys, it's a regular recovery heart. It's fucking awful. Got the Shadow Medallion. Ba-da-da-da-da. That means the light arrow cutscene has a check now? The light arrow cutscene? Do 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 do. Oh yeah, yay, yay, yay! He's a bundle of fucking arrows. Just swell. Just fantastic. Just great. Just. I have a question. What are all the items required to defeat Ganon? Like, you cannot beat Ganon without these items. Wait, I need to give that big Poe in a bottle away. Ravi, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the subscription, Ravi. As far as I know, light arrows are required. And then some words were said after that.
As far as I know, light arrows are required. You woo.
Yeah, those words. How's it going, Ravi? Not bad, had a longer than planned nap, so I'm in a vicious cycle once again. Ah. Fair enough. Okay, so I still need the medallions.
You brought a Poe today! Wait a minute, wow! You've earned 100 points! You're now a genuine ghost hunter. Because of you, I have extra inventory of big Poes, so this will be the last time I can buy a ghost. You're thinking about what I promised would happen? Don't worry, I didn't forget, just take this. Why? The bottle is now usable. It's true. Good. I'm so happy. You don't know where that NPC has been? You're right, I don't. Do not fuck the random NPC. Please do not the NPC. Most people who play a randomizer use some kind of item tracker. Oh, I'm not that extreme. Taji, thank you for redeeming your points for an... You fucking regen. Serenity Silvermoon, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. Watching your stream kind of makes me sleepy. Why does Navi keep telling me about the ferry on Death Mountain? Thank you for the hydrate, Taji.
Yeah, but I already looked at the ferry on Death Mountain. Use? Song of Storms. Do 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 do. There we go. So, Invader Tim, I'm trying to remember it from... I mean, doing it from memory is probably the easiest way to describe it, but also, I'm trying to get my ears better attuned to music. Come on, buddy. Damn. Wait, how am I supposed to get past here? Chicken! Please do. Cirrus, please use that laugh more often. Which laugh? What?
That one? Yeah! Wait, they didn't give me Naru's love? Oh, so I have to give them every single song. Yeah, all the non-warping songs. All right. Song of Time I've already given. Do 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 do. Do they get bigger every time I do that? Weird. Gold skull tullas. We're doing good so far. Ma, 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 ma. God, I love Zora's Domain. I fucking love how this place looks. It's weird that it's storming in Zora's Domain now. You caught a fish. Man, these places felt so much bigger when I was a child. Oh! The sequence for him moving is so much shorter. Dan Briggs, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. We don't have the whole... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. And I wish he teleported you back up, but I guess this will work. Alpha Mario, do you know anything about getting reprogrammable N64 carts? Where you can get a ROM working on them and put it on original hardware? mean like reproduction cards or like EverDrive? I guess EverDrive would be what I'm asking about. It also works on Wii Virtual Console. Yeah, but I'd rather have it work on just OG hardware. Alright, will this fairy give me magic? Please. Here you go, Espen. This is what you wanted, right? I haven't done Dompe's digging yet. The Skull Mask in the Deku Theater. Okay. Well, I've got the skull mask, so... Oh my god.
Bucket down the hole we go. Man, I hate Jabba Jabba's belly. I hate it so much. It is such an annoying area of the game. This is less what the fuck than the Cyber Shark from Banjo. Oh my fuck! Finally. Fish boobies. It's not a bad time to say it. I'm happy your CT results were good. Young Ruto creeps you out as a kid? I had a crush on Ruto as a kid. I think it's safe to say as a kid my heart probably belonged to Malon, but like... Ruto's cute. There we go. Then why is this a living dungeon? I don't know. There we go. Yo! Ice arrows are huge. Not really. I don't know what I actually can do with those. That's annoying. You know, young me probably developed some of my liking to somewhat dominant women because of Ruto. Thinking about it. See, Alpha Mario. Man, I don't even know. I don't even know if I can actually get my item here. But it is getting late. I think I may go ahead and call it a night. We are at 1 day, 11 hour, 27 minutes. No donos were added today, so we don't increase the time by anything besides what bits added. So I am going to lay down. About done with Navi service? What's Navi service? I don't know. I'm sleepy. I've got to lay down. Where am I sending you?
If you have fan art, then the fan art gets sent in the fan art section. As for me, I'm laying down. I'm sending y'all over to Lulu. Robbie says no lay down yet, but I'm tired. Oh, but to sleep. No, not asleep. We sleep together. Lay down, cover. We're asleep for a second. We're asleep. God, it feels like about. Okay. Give you EP war words? Oh, fuck off, Ravi. You got. Whoa. There. You got the words. The wars. Sylvie, thank you for an whoa. Fuck off, Ravi.
BT will remember this.
What did he say? I left him hanging? What did he? Oh no! Wait. I'm sorry, BT. Hi, Sarah. He asked me a question. I'm sorry. I'm killing myself. I'm sorry.